Hey, my name is Chris Brennan, and you're listening to the Astrology Podcast. In this episode, we're going to be giving the year ahead forecast for the entire year of 2023. Joining me today are astrologers Austin Coppock, Leisa Schaim, and Diana Rose Harper. Welcome, the three of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Awesome. I'm excited about this. This is our big yearly forecast episode where we look at the major transits and the things coming up in the year ahead and give sort of a big picture overview of what's coming up over the next 12 months. So we're going to start by talking for the first 80 minutes or so about the major big picture transits and shifts that are happening next year. And then after that, we're going to break down each of the year quarter by quarter, looking at each month in detail. Does that sound like a good plan to all of you?
Sounds good.
All right, let's jump right into it. So here is the planetary movements calendar for those watching the video version that shows where the planets will start at the beginning of the year and where they will end up by the end of the year. And here's some of the major transits that we're going to be talking about over the course of this episode. So at the very top of the year, Mars is finishing its retrograde period in Gemini, and it's going to station direct on January 12th. And then it's going to depart from the sign of Gemini and pretty much end that long transit on March 25th. During the first 3 months of the year, Saturn is going to be in the process of leaving Aquarius, and it's going to move into the sign of Pisces for the next 3 years, starting on March 7th. This is going to begin a sign-based conjunction with the planet Neptune that's going to culminate just a few years from now once Saturn and Neptune make it into Aries. Then also in March, Pluto is going to move into Aquarius, and it's going to dip into that sign just for a few months between March 23rd and June 11th. But this is going to be a preview of a longer-term 20-year transit as Pluto is going to be moving through Aquarius over the next 2 decades. After that, the first 5 months of the year features Jupiter transiting through Aries until May 16th, when Jupiter moves into Taurus, where it will spend the rest of the year in that sign. This is going to begin a sign-based conjunction between the planets Jupiter and Uranus, which is going to be one of the more notable aspects of both this year and next year. Then over the summer, Venus is going to go retrograde in Leo from July 22nd through September 3rd. And then finally, the other major astrological signature of this year is we have eclipses shifting from the Taurus-Scorpio axis to the Aries-Libra axis, with the nodes changing signs in July. So those are the major transits that we're going to be talking about this year, that we're going to get into over the next hour or so. I want to start by talking about some recent news stories, because it seems like there's a lot of major things happening in technology right now, especially with the later part of Saturn in Aquarius taking place right now in December, as well as things that are kind of moving us and heading us in the direction of that big shift of Pluto into Aquarius. So it's been a month since we recorded our last forecast episode. And some of the things that I was noticing, for example, is we had that big AI generated art sort of fiasco or instance where in early December, when Venus squared Neptune, a lot of people were posting pictures from this app called Leisa, where you feed it a bunch of photos and then it spits out different artistic images of yourself that have just been generated by AI, basically. Did all of you see that on social media?
Oh, yeah. Leisa and also My Heritage, which I thought was really interesting. That combination of super fantastical, but then also pseudo-historical. Super, super interesting.
What was the My Heritage one, or what did that do?
That one is My Heritage. I don't really I have friends who use it for ancestry reasons, genealogical reasons. Mm-hmm. And I know that with their AI, it wasn't so much the use of contemporary artists' work that was scrubbed into their AI. And instead they were using there were several of them that were using photographs, actual old photographs. And then I don't know what else went into it, but the idea was that the resulting images were you in different time periods, Ottoman princess or Viking or Celtic warrior or 1920s flapper, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's funny.
Pioneer. Yeah, the pioneer ones were weird.
Starving Dust Bowl farmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really funny because one of the ones that Lenza gave me was like train conductor, I think, or that's what it was going for. So I fed it like 10 of my own photos. I didn't have like a lot of selfies to feed it, so it didn't have a lot to work with, but it still generated like a surprising amount of like funny, yet surprisingly realistic photos. So there's one of them for those watching the video version.
Kind of a World War II conscript.
Yeah. It kept trying to give me hair and also make me look like really buff and like a superhero or something.
Yeah, there was a lot of body manipulation towards certain kinds of physical ideals. Like I was a victim of this, of being given anime-sized chest when that is not a thing I have in real life. So. Yeah.
This one's my favorite because I don't know, like I don't know if I can say that by myself, but I definitely would, like, for that picture. So it had a lot of like positive and negative things, and just looking at the transits for that time, I was just struck by the fact that Venus was squaring Neptune from Sagittarius during that whole period. So let me back it up to it was like right around this time when Venus was about 2120, around December 3rd or so. That was when everybody was like posting these on social media. And it was such an interesting contrast because on the one hand, you had that, and there was just this explosion of, Venus, Neptune, of these images where they weren't real photos. It was just being generated by a computer of these. And in many instances, it was making people look particularly good or artistic or other things like that, and putting them in like fantasy scenarios.
Well, there's a term we might use for a Venus-Neptune configuration natally or by transit, is that there's a tendency to romanticize things. Right. And like they're romanticized images.
Right.
That was also while Neptune was stationing, which I think is additionally interesting, because part of what a lot of people were talking about, especially artists themselves, is how AI obscures the work of the artist. And so it's both the fog of AI, but also this resurgence, maybe not resurgence, just like an initial surge, more loudly than before, of artists being like, no. These fantasy images aren't actually coming out of the ether. They are coming out of like people, like these algorithms, which are designed by humans, scrubbing other people's work.
Right. So the two issues that it raised was one, a bunch of artists suddenly becoming like fearful about their livelihood, and like people no longer needing to pay for their labor, but instead having AI be able to do something almost just as good for, almost paying almost nothing for it. So like that was one legitimate issue that came up that I think is going to be a recurring theme with AI, is the cost of labor dropping to near zero, but also in some ways replacing humans. But then the second one was that people were saying that it was actually ripping off art styles from specific artists that it had learned, that the AI had learned from, and then it was just like replicating those.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
And that's something that's already a problem in the art world, right? Is literally someone biting your style, right? Like, somebody has to establish a style of, whether it's use of color and line or, cadence or, whatever it is. Like comedians talk about that, about somebody who literally just mimicked a more successful comedian's delivery system. And so the AI is basically really good at stealing other people's style. But as I believe Diana made the point, not generating new styles, just ripping off existing ones very effectively.
Yeah. Although, which then raised the issue, because then one of the issues today, for example, with the internet in commentary, is fair use. And the concept of fair use is that you can commentate or take something, if it's a derivative work, that you can like derive something as long as they create something that's new, even if it's based or a spin-off of something else. And that's kind of what a lot of like YouTube streamers base their entire model around, is that you can like show yourself watching somebody else's video if you're doing commentary on it or something like that, as long as, because it makes it a derivative work. So there's all sorts of interesting conflicts then over that are kind of new in terms of whether that's legal or not legal, or morally okay or not morally okay.
Mm-hmm. It's reminding me of how Neptune's I think his discovery was associated with like also the discovery of aniline dyes, which expanded like artistry and also was poisonous. And so part of the process of being able to incorporate the like Neptunian advance is, how do we do this without it actually being toxic?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Leisa?
One of the things I was noticing is, we will be talking about for several years, I'm sure, how we deal with these issues and ownership and so forth. One of the interesting things I saw that popped up around the same time this year was this project called From Numbers to Names. And it was using AI and photography to put names to people in Holocaust pictures for their family members to like find them again. And it was a really interesting reverse kind of thing, where on the one hand, when we're looking at the ones we were just talking about, it's kind of like blurring the boundaries of like individual ownership of art and things like that. In this, it was kind of like the reverse of like the sort of things coming out of the Neptunian fog and taking form. And so that was really interesting to me. And it's also just an interesting example of how all of these things can be used kind of for good or for evil, or for something, shades of gray, of course, which I'm sure we'll have a lot of. But anyway, it made me think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
For sure. And it was also the Lenza and other things that happened in early December around the time of Neptune stationing direct, which Neptune stationed on December 3rd. So it's just perfect lineup. It was also an interesting contrast compared to, Venus was squaring Neptune then, but about a month earlier in early November, Mars squared Neptune. And that's when you had all of those fake accounts all over Twitter of different companies and stuff. And it just created this whole fiasco of like fake accounts that were sometimes saying things that were like offensive or were causing harm to the company or other things like that. With all of that, it was a really interesting contrast.
Mm-hmm. Right. It was like insulin's going to be free on like fake Eli Lilly account. Yeah. And then of course their stock tanked, and it was pretty funny to watch, even though it was obviously going to be problematic.
Yeah.
Or there was like a Nintendo character like Mario, like faking a fake Nintendo account, and it was like Mario like giving people the middle finger was one of the other images of that time from Mars square Neptune.
Yeah, it was high key goblin mode.
Yeah, so interesting contrasts. All right, so moving on and related to this, another major thing that happened was on November 30th, and this is around the time that Mercury was square Neptune. There was the release of this new AI chatbot called ChatGPT, where this major AI company created a way that you could interact with their AI through conversation. And what was really striking about it is it's actually really good at not just having conversations, but it also generates things. Like you can tell it to make things. So for example, one of the things that I told it to make was an opening for this astrology podcast episode, which I almost like read at the beginning, but I decided just to do my normal opening. But here's the opening, for example, when I gave it the prompt of write an introduction to an astrology podcast episode where we forecast the year ahead. And within minutes or seconds, it generated this. It said, "Welcome to our astrology podcast. In this episode, we'll be looking ahead at the year ahead and making predictions based on the positions of the planets and the stars. Astrology is an ancient practice that uses the movements and positions of celestial bodies to understand and predict events here on Earth. It's a fascinating field that has intrigued people for thousands of years, and in this episode, we will be using astrology to shed some light on what we can expect in the year ahead. So sit back, relax, and join us as we explore the world of astrology and make some predictions for the year ahead." Is that not both funny and eerie, or is it just me?
I mean, it just kind of sounds like every introduction to every astrology podcast. It's not creative enough to be creeping me out. It just sounds like an average of 1,000 podcasts that got scraped.
Right. It's obviously in development.
Yeah. It doesn't sound artful. Like it sounds like, here's your 5th grade writing assignment.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was struck by
kind of
how
sounds
fast,
like, oh, go ahead.
I was struck by how fast AI is advancing, because to me, that's really impressive. And as I started playing with it and going more and more, I realized one of the things about it is, so even though it's taking in, because it has a data set, it collected a bunch of data from a bunch of sources from the internet and books and transcripts of podcasts and all sorts of things, but it's primarily a language learning model, and language is its primary focus and ability. And what's interesting is that through combing the internet, one of the things I realized while I was chatting with it is that one of the languages it picked up was astrology. So I started asking it to delineate some placements, and it actually does a pretty good job of even delineating astrological placements in a birth chart. So for example, here was one of them. I said, what does it mean when Saturn is conjunct Neptune in a birth chart? And it says, when Saturn is conjunct Neptune in a birth chart, it means that these two planets were located in the same sign and at the same degree of that sign at the time of the person's birth. This can have a number of different effects on a person's personality and life path, depending on the specific positions of the planets and other aspects in the chart. Saturn is associated with structure, discipline, and responsibility, while Neptune is associated with intuition, spirituality, and creativity. When these planets are in conjunction, it can indicate a struggle between the desire for stability and structure, Saturn, and the need for flexibility and open-mindedness, Neptune. This person may feel torn between their desire to follow their dreams and the need to be practical and responsible. The conjunction of Saturn and Neptune can also indicate a deep spiritual connection and a strong intuitive sense. This person may be drawn to exploring spiritual matters and may be highly attuned to their inner guidance. However, they may also struggle with self-doubt and lack of clarity about their direction in life. Overall, the conjunction of Saturn and Neptune in a birth chart can indicate a complex and multifaceted personality with a need to balance the demands of the material world with a desire for spiritual fulfillment. So I'm sorry, but that's really impressive, honestly. And I went through and gave it like other delineations for like transits or multi-planet combinations, and it actually does a pretty good job. It still fails in some areas, so it's obviously still developing. But if this is just the start, it just, we're way further ahead than I realized that we were. And it's so, the way that this is going to affect the world, it's not just going to affect like artists or people who can code, because you can also tell it to code a website and it'll just spit out like code for a whole website. But it turns out that it's also going to impact astrology and astrologers at the same time, the development and emergence of AI in the future as we move from the Saturn and Aquarius time period of the past 3 years into the next 20 years of Pluto and Aquarius.
I mean, it makes me think of a couple things. I mean, one is it scanning books? And the same issue with like copyright and art, right? Because it's just like blurring ownership, and it's like you don't get individual ownership. But two,
hold on, and that was Austin's point earlier. But to counter that point, every astrologer, their primary basis when they start is their primary teachers, and especially their first primary teacher, their first two primary teachers. Every first few year astrology student does the exact same thing, which is they pretty much repeat pretty closely their primary sources and primary teachers in the same way. So to me, the idea that it's like repurposing stuff from its sources is not really much of a counterpoint, because that's pretty much what humans do as well, especially in the early stages of their learning and development.
Yeah, for sure. Not really going on that angle. I mean, it's partly like, do you want sales of your book, right? Or is it just going to become obsolete? But it's also like, I could see this, at least at the current state of development, it's going to replace, or it could easily replace, like reports, like astrology written reports, but that's all it's spitting out. It's still not, and it's interesting with some of, because I played around with it a little too, and with some of the answers, it would actually say at the end of their answer, but this is complex and it depends on other placements in the chart, and so you should really talk to an experienced astrologer, which I totally appreciated, right?
Yeah, that it says that in the delineations. I mean, yeah, I don't know, there's so much stuff about this, but so what we're getting into, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the themes that has come up really strongly, basically in the past month, as we're going through the tail end of Saturn and Aquarius, where some of the fruits of all the research that's been happening sort of behind the scenes over the past 2 or 3 years as Saturn's been moving through Aquarius, and as we've been having the Saturn return of the internet and the World Wide Web from back in the early 90s, is just we're starting to see the next level in AI starting to emerge, and it's going to start impacting the world in some significant ways. And it does eventually start getting into questions in the long term when we're talking about in future decades, as this advances and moves further, about questions at what point are they able to develop like general intelligence in AI, or are we ever able to get to the point where it can start doing even more complex things, and what does that look like?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is part of, going into the Pluto and Aquarius era. And it was really interesting looking back at the prior Pluto and Aquarius transit and how many technological advancements happened during that time, how many inventions and patents and things that actually were, people were facing the same things. Like, this is going to change my entire way of making my living, right? Or it has the potential to, and all the struggles around that. So, we're right. Kind of going into that repetition.
Yeah, and it's I think the time frame of Pluto and Aquarius is important to remember, because we just get a taste of it this year. It's like a little over 2 months. So again, just the tip this year, but we're looking at basically a 20-year arc, which begins this year, right? Because it's not that, like when we look at the last time, which was the last 2 decades of the 18th century, 19th century, sorry, the last 2 decades of the 18th century, sorry. Quite a bit happened if we look at that as a block, or if we go back before that, we actually had windmills becoming a big thing in a previous iteration of Pluto and Aquarius. But last time you have the Luddite resistance to that wave of the Industrial Revolution. Mm-hmm. And so it's not, when we're talking about this AI stuff, I think it's just important to remember that we're talking about what we can see at the cusp of Pluto and Aquarius now that has 20 years to develop.
Yeah.
Right. And what's important about that, though, is you've always got to pay attention to what starts happening at the beginning of ingresses, because oftentimes that's a preview of the larger themes that are going to really emerge in full force by the end of that transit. Because I think of Bitcoin, like the Bitcoin white paper was published just before Pluto went into Capricorn. And then the very first Bitcoin was mined and created. And we have the birth chart for Bitcoin right after Pluto went into Capricorn. And in the founding documents for Bitcoin, the founder refers to the recent financial disaster that happened with the economy and how the banks were being bailed out as part of his motivation for creating Bitcoin. So sometimes it's these little things that happen at the beginning of major transits, like Pluto ingresses, that become larger things, as we've seen, for example, with Bitcoin over the past decade.
Yeah.
And another.
Go ahead, Diana.
Okay. One thing that I also think is really interesting is, for example, like with the Luddite movement, part of it was we're losing some portion of the artistry of our livelihood, but a lot of it was the worker conditions that were a problem. Mm-hmm. And so I'm thinking about this dip of Pluto into Aquarius, Saturn leaving Aquarius and entering Pisces. Pluto's retrograde station this year is within minutes of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. Jupiter and Saturn have their opening sextile starting this year. And then Jupiter being co-present with Uranus, and Uranus and Taurus being something that's seen a lot of strikes and workers' rights stuff. And so there's something about the combination of these factors speaking about not just advances in technology, but how is it that we make advances in technology continue to respect humanity, whether that's human creativity or just literal physical human bodies. So I think that's one thing that I'm very astrologer good interested to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, there was a study done some years ago that was cited in The Economist. And consistently for the last 200 plus years, the sort of total gains in efficiency of production that were achieved by various waves of industrial revolution generally took about 30 years, aka one Saturn cycle, to actually be distributed fairly. Like so far, like the track record is that all of the gains get hoovered up for decades whenever there's a new technology.
Yeah. So, and we've been going through Saturn and Aquarius for the past 3 years. This is the tail end of it between now and March. So we're getting the full emergence of some stuff that was being like tested out and doing a lot of trial and error over the past 3 years. But then with Pluto, we have to remember that one of the primary things that Pluto does is it takes small things and it just blows them up into big things, like an atom being split and exploding into like a full mushroom cloud or what have you. That's kind of what we're looking at here. And I think AI is going to be one of the most important things that will develop in the next 20 years as we transition into this sort of machine intelligence era and start talking about some of the different ways that impacts society and questions like, because like the Turing test, for example, if you can put a human who talks to a computer, and if they can tell the difference between a computer and a human, that's already kind of been passed, and we're already getting past that point. And now we're moving into an era at some point where we have questions of like, superintelligence and the potential for superintelligence in machines being reached. And if that happens, then just the pace of things like scientific advancement is going to like explode and could be happening 1,000 times faster than at other times in history, so that you just get this acceleration of a lot of things. One thing related to that was also recently in the news that we should talk about is the US just announced a few days ago that a fusion reaction was achieved that had a net energy output and gain for the first time in human history, basically, which is a huge turning point in terms of fusion research, because it means that we could be headed towards like fusion being a viable manner of generating energy, which is going to generate not just a ton of energy, but it's also going to do so cleanly with much less environmental impact, which would actually be huge in terms of climate change and other things like that.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is that the time frame given basically is Pluto in Aquarius. The like super ambitious goal is to have a prototype facility built within 10 years. But if we're looking at like any sort of adoption at scale, we're looking at 20 years. And so again, it fits into the time frame very nicely.
Yeah, for sure. So, and that happened, that announcement came on December 13th. So I think that's another one of those Saturn and Aquarius things. But then as Pluto moves into Aquarius, it's just going to magnify some of that stuff. But that's one of the most probably honestly like subtle stories that have happened in the news recently, but one of the most positive or optimistic things, just because it's happening at a point where climate change is getting to that tipping point. But with something like that, it could allow for the phasing out of fossil fuels at the same time that we see the rise and the adoption of electric cars, and some of the major car companies actually starting to really churn those out.
Yeah.
One thing that's really, I don't want to dwell too much on December of 2022, but one thing that's just very interesting is what we saw over the last month was a lot of, should we say, fake tech things exposed, but then we also saw, what was dreamed and deemed entirely functional for the waking world, right? Things that like the net positive fusion generation was a real thing. It was not the metaverse. It was not NFTs, right? We have this sort of sorting that we just got done with that we expected with the Mars-Neptune and a few other things.
Yeah, that's a really good point. There was a sorting of that because the NFT thing came and went and then just kind of died. I don't know if that's going to come back at some point, but right now it's like kind of regarded as a joke. There's been other news stuff. There's been some more negative. I know, Leisa, you mentioned one about San Francisco.
Right. They, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors at the end of November very unexpectedly approved the use of robots that were armed and for police. And there was a big outcry, unsurprisingly. And so like within a week, early December, they were like, oh, no, actually, we'll reverse that. But they remanded it back to a committee to keep discussing it. So like it's something that could still come up. Now, it's interesting because, you know, that feels very Pluto and Aquarius, right? It's like killer robots and you know, the fears around technology of what could happen when technology sort of gets ahead of humanity, right? And also, how are we societally deciding to use new technologies? Yeah, and one of the things that I thought was really funny about that was, I don't know if you've seen Mary Shelley. What was her name? Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein. Have you seen her chart? She had Pluto and Aquarius conjunct the midheaven, and it was like, right, it's perfect. And so it's like sort of fearful fantasies of non-human things that go out and kill people. Anyway, so it just reminded me of that. Yeah. It's
like the murderous uncanny valley.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's very Terminator franchise. And one of, you know, so Pluto does real things as it moves through the signs, but it also like shapes and warps and focuses the collective imagination. Mm-hmm. One of the things you see really clearly is the sight of horror moving with Pluto's sign change, like very quickly. With Pluto in Scorpio, like early 80s to mid-late 90s, it's the serial killer, like the sex murderer, the Dahmer, the John Wayne Gacy. It was all about like how should we say, the intimate, hidden, you know, murderous individual. Then in the latter portion of the 90s, up until 2008, you have Pluto in Sagittarius, and then it becomes you have Columbine early on in that, like first big school shooting, and then you also have 9/11, and so the site of the figure of horror becomes very Sagittarian, right? They're wielding a firearm, a bow. You know, a bow is is in a sense like the precursor to the firearm, the murder at a distance thing. They're going all over the place. The terrorists are over there. We're gonna fight them over there so they don't fight, so we don't have to fight them here. That was like the Bush administration thing. And then when Pluto moved into Capricorn, 2008, 2009, the site of horror becomes the structure that we live in, and which is Capricorn, the laws, as well as the past, right? We like, instead of Pluto and Scorpio, like secret sex murders hiding over there, it's like, oh no, the structure that we live inside of is the site of horror, literal like structural horror. And so we're looking at the movement also of that imaginal focus of horror with Pluto and Aquarius to the future, to imagine, the story of the terrible future, right? I think dystopia is not even a good, it overlaps with dystopia.
It's like techno dystopia.
Yeah, it's very like, oh my God, are we headed in this direction? Does this mean this? Right. Yeah. And there are like real dangers, but then there's also, like Chris said, like Chris quoted Alan, the like taking a tiny thing and making a big fucking deal out of it. We also do that with terror. Like fear does that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes those fears are well grounded. I mean, Pluto in Scorpio was the AIDS epidemic, and then fears surrounding sex as a result of that. And, that was the era I think a lot of us grew up in, and just being urged growing up right off the bat to practice safe sex or risk, something that at the time could be a death sentence. Or Pluto in Sagittarius was like fear of religious extremism and terrorism. Or Pluto in Capricorn became the fear of the financial collapse and the uncertainty surrounding our financial situation in the world. And now we move into Pluto in Aquarius and the potential for like a fear of technology. Like, for example, Ukraine the other day just apparently issued instructions to Russian soldiers for how to surrender to drones, which is kind of an interesting like news story connected with similarly like the San Francisco killer drones or killer robots story.
Yeah. What's also interesting, just to kind of continue with what you began with, it's like the real thing that happened with Pluto and Scorpio was the AIDS epidemic. The real thing that happened with Pluto and Sagittarius, it was like there's two things. One, guns got easier to get, and there was a very legitimate bolstering of certain kinds of religious extremism, including here in the United States, with things that maybe I shouldn't talk about too much on the podcast, but just in terms of a specific form of religious nationalism. And then with Pluto and Capricorn, we did very much see separate, like a growing gap between how much money people earned and how much money or how much power that money actually had to buy things. Like even just thinking about the housing market situation right now is just
totally. And the wealth inequality gap. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And it's also the uncovering of like what's rotten, right? What's underneath. And so with Pluto and Sag, it was the priest sex scandals, right? That was all like a big story when Pluto went into Sag. Pluto and Capricorn, there's been a fair amount of like the rock comes from the top, or like sort of, people who are helping run the country are actually in on a coup type of thing. So, it's always about like discovering sort of the sordid underbelly of whatever that sign is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think another one that's going to be prominent, to bring up one other recent news story that I think is going to be important. I remember the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in Aquarius in December of 2020. One of the major technological things or like sort of breakthroughs that happened at that time was that the vaccines for COVID were released at that point, and we had the first public releasing of essentially like the mRNA vaccines, which is like a new thing. And fundamentally what that was like a piece of technology and advancements in technology that were being used to alter sort of human biology in a sense, or at least to have an effect on our physical biology in some way. I think fundamentally you can describe it that way, whether you're pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine, whatever. One of the ways that came up recently was Elon Musk's company Neuralink announced a couple of weeks ago that it was going to begin, I think, human trials within 6 months of its Neuralink implant, which is like a brain implant that they showed a video of it, how it allowed monkeys to like control a cursor and type on a screen and issue instructions using only their mind and using brain waves. So one of the like Pluto and Aquarius things and the changes and advancements in technology is probably going to also be bioengineering and using technology in order to both interface between humans and technology, but also in order to change things about our body in different ways. Some of which will be probably good and some of which will probably be not so good.
Yeah, I mean, there are trials being done for injectable gene editing. Right? Like that's like that has a number of we can imagine 1,000 different versions of what that means. Right.
Well, and there was just a teenager just recently that was cured of cancer. At least she's in remission for several months so far. It was from gene editing. It was called something like base editing. And it's a new technology that was just sort of understood as of 6 years ago. But this is the first actual person that it's happened to. There's so many things, and this is why we're dwelling this long, right, on recent tech news stories, is because this is really the segue into like more Aquarius. And this is also Saturn getting very close to leaving its shadow period. Like it will do, I believe in late January, it'll go back to where it was in June 2022 and then keep going. But, I saw another interesting story recently about how, it's the good and the bad of these technological things. And ultimately, it's just repeated stories of like, how are we using this as humanity, right? Where people have already had like implantable eyes for people who couldn't see and things like that. And there's like this horrible story recently about what happens when like these are venture tech startup companies. What happens when they decide it's not profitable enough and they move on to something else? And there's these things left in your body that don't have updates, right? This is already a thing.
Right. We're no longer supporting that product. Yeah, we're no longer supporting that product. Yeah, absolutely.
That is exactly what's happened already. So, it's...
Or the subscription price is like increased.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, it is a really crazy story. Like people are like, well, I'm an engineer. Let me figure out how to like change this battery. Because it's not being updated. So, these are already things that are happening. The positive side, though, is like
paraplegics and people that can't move, being given the ability to do that again. So there's like positive probably implications of that technology, but there's going to be good and bad things as with everything.
There are positives about it for sure. And so it's really about like, any of these transits. I mean, I don't know how you all fall on determinism, but it's like, there's a lot of potentials there. And it really just keeps coming down to like, how are we collectively deciding to use this? How are we deciding what we reward and what we punish? All of those things.
It's like cast irons can be used to cook breakfast and they can also be used to bash people's heads in. But what becomes the norm of how you use the tool?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and there's also going to be at some point like generational gaps and generational divides, because if something like needing a brain implant, for example, in order to interface and do things quicker, because one of the things you can do is you can type faster, you can interface with computers faster if you bypass the limitations of your hands and how fast they can move or type. There's going to be at some point generational choices where some probably older generations like ours might have to have a choice, and many will have like reluctance to that, or some might go with it, but it will then create generational gaps in the same way that computers did. And for example, if we remember like our grandparents, and some of them, may have adopted computers and others may not, but then it created a generational barrier in terms of the ability to continue to keep up with current trends to a certain extent.
Yeah, to even work, right? So, I remember the point at which I adopted a smartphone because it became an obligation for my office job.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so there is something about like personal choice when it comes to certain forms of ubiquitizing of technological advances, where it's like, if that's something you don't want to do, then you're essentially being opted out of certain facets of society.
Yeah. And I think that's where these big generational transits, like when you get to, for example, like the Pluto and Scorpio generation is now going to enter into our Pluto square for the first time. That's when you run into when society is like going one way or something, and you run into those tensions sometimes that divide generations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it's also about economic stratification, because I feel like Aquarius has at least some to do with how do we organize society and how do we think about society? And I know I used to work at the public library, and we'd help everyone who didn't have internet at home, couldn't afford it, and there was a real technological divide just based on economic stratification. So I can see that continuing to be a question with technological advances.
For sure. All right. So being the resident Aquarius rising with Uranus on the midheaven, I could keep talking about this whole tech thing for like the next 3 hours. However, I want to check in on the other most important transits of the year with our resident Pisces, which is especially the Saturn in Pisces transit that's going to begin a long copresence and build up to a conjunction between Saturn and Neptune. Austin, as a resident Pisces, I want to get your take on Saturn and Pisces. What are we in for? Give it to me straight.
Okay, well, thank you. Saturn and Pisces is what I'm most excited about this year. So it's really important,
like theoretically, but not personally.
I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I checked my transits as well, and like what happened last time, and damage was done, but I can live with it. So one thing that's really important about thinking about Saturn and Pisces is that it's the first Saturn sign after Saturn in both its rulerships, right? So you have this. It's the only time that Saturn's in its own rulership. It does it for 2 signs in a row, right? So basically, since 2018, we've been in a Saturn ruled sign. And if you go back through through history, Saturn in Saturn town is always very serious business, as you would expect. Like big world changing things happen, and the world is very serious, right? We have the late 80s to early 90s rearranged everything. Not quite as intense, but actually pretty intense, especially if you didn't live in the US. Late 50s, early 60s, very intense rearrangement. And then certainly the late 20s through early 20s, another huge rearrangement. It's always just like so serious. And I don't mean to mock the seriousness. It really is. There really are serious world-changing events. And then when Saturn and Pisces,
the energy of those two is just like Capricorn is a dry sign and Aquarius is like a cold sign. So now we're moving into like a water sign, which is wet and has some depth to it.
Yeah. And what you see every time is that there's this sort of culture, there's this moment where the imagination is called in by Saturn to like rethink what's happened, right? To re-envision the world, to re-envision stories. And so you get just these like epic landmark works of imagination and literature and entertainment every single time you do Saturn and Pisces. Like really quick, in the 30s, you have The Hobbit being published. You also have not all of H.P. Lovecraft's stories, but the ones that are what should we say, like what are considered like his best works are then, and these are both worlds that people still live in and draw on. And then in the mid 60s, you got a pile of things. One of them is Dune, which is again, it's a imaginal space people still live in. The first book in the Game of Thrones series was published in the mid 90s during Saturn in Pisces. And then what else do you have during the 90s that speaks to right now is you have video games that, you know, are, and this is sort of the tech connecting part. You have the first game in the World of Warcraft games, which became, you know, the first completely addictive, you know, fake universe. Well, I don't know, there's EverQuest, but it was, you know, a huge thing. You also have the first game in the Elder Scrolls series, which right now is Skyrim, which is probably the most popular, completely immersive sandbox game ever. You have the first Pokemon game, and the list literally goes on and on and on and on. But like, this is a real moment, or Saturn and Pisces is a real moment for the imaginal and for thinking about things in the imaginal. Either one, retreating to the imaginal to understand the world better, or retreating to the imaginal to get away from the nonstop grimness. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, you can retreat as a meditative retreat, or you can retreat like I'm running away. But Saturn and Pisces is very consistent about this.
I love that.
That's a quick version.
Pisces always has the escapist tendencies as like one of the Pisces things, which can be a good thing or a bad thing.
But there's something about Saturn's participation with it, about making it constructive. Like, how do you construct out of your escape place and create an escape place for others? Like, I think that's the through line of like that I'm at least perceiving with the things that you're sharing, Austin, is like all of these creations endure because the world building is so good.
Yeah, that's
right. It's actually building, you know, it's like building something that's accessible to other people, I think is part of it too. You can like insert yourself into these stories and walk around in them versus just seeing a world that you feel like you don't get to enter. Right. Like even thinking about especially the video game component, and then how Dune, it's like without Dune, we don't have Star Wars.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's something extraordinarily foundational about those sorts of worlds, and then what that facilitates for others.
Yeah, and there really is that dual quality, because you can do escapism with Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is also a way of thinking more clearly about certain moral issues and difficult decisions.
Oh, there's something, sorry, this just like hit me. There's this really excellent book that I got a few years ago that I think was probably published during the 50s, 60s, Saturn and Pisces, but it's called The Individuated Hobbit. And so something about the psychological application of the imaginal and how that also facilitates a comprehension of the structures of being.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
So yeah, the bad news is that Saturn in Pisces isn't very good for managing the world. When you look at like ongoing problems that are happening in the world to get going during the double Saturn years, they don't really get fixed during Saturn and Pisces. It's, you have less like, how should we say, like, you have less of that like death claw Saturn control energy, which is good if you're feeling its talons dig into your skin. But you also just have less control. And so one example is for Saturn Pisces last time is Russia in the mid 90s, right? This is the Yeltsin years. The president has like a 2% approval rating, showing up publicly drunk, like the transition from the USSR into modern Russia is pretty much going disastrously. I think that's the Saturn and Pisces lack of control. Or in the mid 60s, like again, maybe in some ways it's a good thing to have that lack of control. I think in some ways that's where the imagining comes from. But as much as people sort of romanticize the mid 60s in the United States, you also have the mid 60s in China, which is the Cultural Revolution, where shit is completely out of hand. And so it's a more creative period, but it's also more chaotic. It's just not, we're coming out of like heavily rule bound, a heavily rule bound period of time. And as that relaxes, it's not always for the best. Things kind of go in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know I was looking through my Saturn and Pisces files for different examples. And one of the things that did come up sometimes frequently, because Saturn is sometimes something that we struggle with in our birth chart. And I know sometimes like substance issues or just that tendency towards escapism can be pronounced sometimes natally. But there were sometimes really good examples of people overcoming that. Like one of my favorite, for example, of somebody that overcame his substance abuse issues was Robert Downey Jr., who has not just Saturn in Pisces, but also Jupiter in Taurus, which is, the exact thing that we're going to be having coming up here. So somebody that, he was an actor and he was famous in the 90s, but then he was really struggling with substance abuse issues. And he started getting in trouble with the law. And it seemed like he was somebody whose career was going to be thrown away entirely. But then he was able to turn it around and he was given a second chance and he got like the Iron Man movie and then became the highest paid actor in Hollywood and was able to really pull things together. So sometimes you've got that scenario, but then other times you have scenarios like a not great one was like Charlie Sheen with Saturn and Pisces in the 10th house in the night chart. And he was somebody that got really dragged down by some of those issues.
There's actually a lot of drug news during Saturn and Pisces, I've noticed. My actually favorite Saturn and Pisces example, which actually also has Jupiter in Taurus, like we're having in the second half of 2023, is Dr. Albert Hofmann, who was the chemist who accidentally discovered that LSD was hallucinogenic. And I thought that was perfect, right? Because there's also this question. He actually thought, he maintained throughout his life that this was like a spiritual good, that this was like good for humanity if used properly. And it was sort of mind expanding to like sort of greater worlds. And then, of course, other people kind of, had trouble with it. And that's why it started getting regulated at his Saturn return in the mid 60s. It got really popular in the mid 60s culturally, but simultaneously, the US government at least was like cracking down on it. And so the laboratory that he worked for like stopped manufacturing it, stopped shipping it. So you have like this interesting sort of double, dual thing going on where it's like it's simultaneously the culmination of that work, but it's also crackdowns on it. Mm-hmm. And then in the mid 90s, the first group that worked on medical marijuana to get it as a citizen ballot question in California, that was all during 95, 96. It was actually on the ballot slightly after that, but all the work was done like during Saturn and Pisces. So there's like interesting drug news I've noticed. Mm-hmm. And I like that whole Jupiter and Taurus sextile to Saturn and Pisces, which we will have the second half of 2023. Like he had, because he said he had, Dr. Albert Hoffman, he said he had sort of mystical experiences as a child with regard to plants. And that's perfect, right? And so what they were trying to synthesize is the active chemical components of plants. That's what he was doing. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say he did it with some other psychedelics as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say I wouldn't be surprised if this run of Saturn in Pisces features an uptick in both the research and application of medicinal mushrooms, like psychoactive mushrooms, because that's research that's already happening. And especially, like I know that MDMA assisted psychotherapy is also already happening and is especially useful for like combat veterans and like addressing certain forms of trauma. So that seems
I think
apt.
100%. They actually they've held a national conference for that in Ashland, like 20 minutes away from where I am. That's been the the ground zero. But that also speaks to something that Saturn's time with Neptune is going to do, which is it's going to lock in some of the things that Neptune in Pisces has been working on since 2012. And it's also going to just crush to dust some of the other ones. It's, Saturn does this. Saturn judges whether you get to be real or whether something gets to be part of the real. And it's either gets the stamp of approval, so it's locked in, like legally, for example, or the structure can withstand time, or it's just like crushed to dust, get out of here. That was a fantasy.
So something we're talking about here. So we're talking about Saturn and Pisces, but for all of us, as soon as Saturn goes into Pisces, it's also then co-present in the same sign as Neptune, which is essentially the same as like a sign-based conjunction. And it begins the build-up to the exact conjunction with Neptune, which is going to take place around 2025 and 2026. And that conjunction doesn't go exact until Saturn and Neptune conjoin at 0 degrees of Aries in February of 2026. However, that's one of the things as we go through this episode talking about Saturn and Pisces is that we're also talking effectively about the beginning of a Saturn-Neptune conjunction as well.
And that lasts through 2028, basically, that co-presence.
Right, until Saturn departs from Aries and moves into Taurus.
Yeah. What's additionally interesting, like I just noticed this, is that Saturn-Neptune conjunction in early Aries is where Jupiter and Uranus last met. Around the Arab Spring. So that's an earmark to see what happens in the future. But yeah.
Okay. I still think about and still remember when we were doing the forecast episodes back in the summer of 2015, in the 2015 timeframe, when the last time that Saturn was squaring Neptune. And one of the big things that became popular that summer when that square was going exact, I remember because we talked about it a bunch and laughed about it, was Pokemon Go. And that is one of the first like widely adopted sort of like augmented reality games where people were like running around parks, like, catching imaginary digital animals that they could only see through their phone. And this sort of blurring of the lines between what is real and what is not real.
Right. Pokemon, which is going to be having its Saturn return during Saturn and Pisces. A few just quick Saturn returns. PlayStation, Saturn and Pisces. The company Amazon also going to be having its Saturn return, as well as Fox News. And for the nerds out there, the Shin Megami Tensei franchise, also Saturn and Pisces.
Interesting. That's interesting about Fox News because that was the other big thing that came up when Saturn was squaring Neptune last time. Was the major keyword that year became fake news, which was originally something that was used to describe news stories that were being circulated through social media on the internet in order to influence politics that were not real stories, but people didn't see that they were fake and they were still circulating them on Facebook and things like that. And it was influencing things like the presidential election at the time in 2016.
Also, one final Saturn return, Dolly the sheep. I don't think sheep lived that long, but Dolly, the first cloned beast.
Cloning.
Yeah. There was one Saturn square before the fake news piece, the Saturn-Neptune opposition. I don't know how many of you remember who are listening, Stephen Colbert's Truthiness, but the first show that he sort of coined that word on, it was Saturn-Neptune opposition with Mercury coming to square both. So Saturn-Neptune things, it's all, it makes me groan a little bit that we're going to be in such a long copresence because, well, it's good for some things. It's good for imagination. I feel like it's already been with Neptune going through Pisces for this sort of long stretch. And yeah, there's just always been these questions lately of like, how do you know what's true? How do you know what's not true? And I feel like there's a lot of questions about, are you seeing through a consensus reality or are you participating in an artifice without knowing that you are doing so? There's so much around that, right? Societally. And I feel like that's just going to continue to be a theme.
Yeah, right. I mean, all of the technological trends that we talked about earlier, those are going to make it easier to see through things. And, are you seeing through one thing into, are you seeing through one veil into another veil that happens to be a different color, but is also a veil?
Right.
An equally pierceable piece of fabric.
I like that you used the word color there because I was talking to my friend Nick Diggin-Best last night, and he pointed out a very interesting thing that happened in the mid-1960s when Saturn was in Pisces, that there was something called the color revolution in television, where in the short span of a few years, especially in 1965 and 1966, all of the major television networks in the US made the push to switch to color programming, with NBC being switched to 100% color programming by the end of 1966. So that's an interesting, again, like metaphorical example sometimes of what Saturn and Pisces brings. And initially there were like obstacles because it was hard for the networks to switch from black and white TV shows where they could get away with certain things like using black wires in order to hide things that they were like rigging up for special effects. And all of a sudden they had to figure out how to do that without it being seen when they switched to color. So there were challenges and obstacles that came up in the process, but still the end result was a very Piscean type thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good for, like I was saying, it's good for art.
Mm-hmm.
May not, we'll see about the rest of society, but about the trains running on time or the justice system or whatever. But it's, it's good for the stories. The stories get more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Toy Story was released by Pixar, launching the whole computer animation revolution on November 19th, 1995, which is also Saturn and Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you want to say something, Leisa?
Just one of my other favorite Saturn and Pisces stories that I found was Rachel Carson. And this kind of speaks to how it could be good or not good for society. So Rachel Carson, I don't know if you all know who she is, but she was a marine biologist, environmentalist, wrote Silent Spring, that became the environmental movement in large part after that. And she had Saturn in Pisces. And what I loved about that is she was talking about, again, problems with pesticides is like problems with chemicals is an issue with Saturn and Pisces, but we're working with chemicals in some way. But she, part of how that took off is because the beginning of her book, she wrote it in prose. She wrote it as like an imagine this, right? Imagine a world in which this is no longer true and in which this problem is terrible, and it's because of the pesticides. And, but one of the things I liked about that, because obviously there's the literal piece of problems with chemicals, but it was in addition to that imagine this part, which is how it got through. Like some real important things can get through if you kind of aim them at storytelling, right? During Saturn and Pisces. But the other thing I really liked about it is, with Aquarius, we're going to have, Pluto going back to Capricorn, then Aquarius briefly. It's all kind of dry. It's all kind of serious. Saturn and Pisces her message was that everything was connected, right? Mm-hmm. The whole natural world and us, we were all connected. It's a very Piscean thing. And I thought that was a really beautiful use of Saturn and Pisces. And it turns out then later, the first successful trial against DDT happened at her Saturn return. She was no longer alive, but and that turned into the EPA eventually. So there's some good things about that if you kind of aim it in good directions.
What I love about that is how that's such an excellent example of like the Neptunian or Jupiterian Pisces is like, yeah, we're all one, man. And Saturn's like, no, actually, literally. like the chemicals that are being used to grow your food are killing the birds and everything, which is also going to then kill your food because there aren't going to be any pollinators.
Right.
Like the very tangible, like death level interconnection.
Right.
Right. The poetic, like,
exactly.
Dude. Yeah.
We are all one, but you're killing us.
Yeah. We're all one and your actions are killing you as well as everybody you know.
Right.
Right. That's nice.
But you know, the upshot was like that it was semi-successful. I mean, yes, we still have lots of problems with chemicals and pesticides, but it was semi-successful in getting through to people about our interconnection, which feels like a really constructive use of that Saturn in Pisces.
Mm-hmm. There's something about the way art and story sticks with people way more profoundly than facts do.
Exactly.
I was rereading Richard Harness's Cosmos and Psyche last night, where he like bizarrely and glaringly like doesn't have a chapter on Saturn Neptune, but he does later in the book like treat it very briefly, but it's like a really powerful treatment that he just like crams a bunch of stuff into like several pages. But he was bringing up another part that I think is going to be relevant to us, which is tensions between ideals, hopes, and beliefs versus harsh realities, as well as intensified secular skepticism and tension with religiosity. He also talks about a widespread sense of discontent and loss of faith pervading the social and political atmosphere. And one of the things that came up that I discovered last night, because he mentioned them separately, but I just happened to notice that they were born on the same day, was apparently Charles Darwin and Abraham Lincoln were born on the exact same day, both with a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Sagittarius. And I thought that was really brilliant. I mean, with Darwin, that's so important because of the theory of evolution and him proposing that, and then all of the tensions between scientific and religious communities as a result of that, about the implications of evolution and whether that's true or not true and everything else. And then with Abraham Lincoln and everything that he ended up doing in terms of the country politically and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's interesting with both of those figures is that both of them as individuals, but then also the consequences of their beliefs, when misapplied, has created harm. Mm. Right? Like social Darwinism, like applying like evolutionary theory to things that aren't about species changing over time.
Right.
Right.
Or with some of Lincoln's beliefs, like even though he was an emancipator, he was also a racist. And like under his purview, there was like the most significant mass slaughter of indigenous people here in North America.
Yeah, when you can have Neptune camouflaging malefic Saturnian activity. Mm-hmm. And when you have, and some of the history of the Saturn Neptune conjunctions, sometimes what you see is if Neptune is dreams, Saturn can be something being worn out, like extreme old age where it just doesn't function anymore. And you see people giving up on an old dream that is not inspiring anybody, not doing any good. The famous example with Saturn Neptune is the fall of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which is the Saturn Neptune conjunction in Capricorn, which was late 88 to early 91. And if you read about the culture in the Soviet Union at the time, there's a name for it, but it was, people were just kind of giving lip service to the we live in a workers' utopia, I know, when they had to, and then privately everybody's like, this is fucking bullshit. And we really can't talk about Saturn Neptune without looking at Russian history, because it just moves perfectly with Saturn Neptune. There's certain certain civilizations, certain countries just have astrological signatures that you can find most of the landmarks. And I don't want to overly dwell on it, but it's very clear that Russia is approaching another one of these landmark moments. In a sense, is there any going back from the events of this year? Not really. And so last time we had the Soviet collapse, the 88 to 91. The time before that, 51 to 53, Saturn, Neptune, and Libra. We had the death of Stalin, and the death of Stalin began a very serious reversal of a number of the policies that had characterized the Soviet Union for decades. It was de-Stalinization. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction before that was the Russian Revolution. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction before that was the assassination of Alexander II, who was known as Alexander the Emancipator. Because there was massive, he oversaw a massive sort of progressive shift in Russian politics or in Russian legislation at the time. And then he was assassinated, and then that reversed, and there was sort of like a contra progress, or I don't think they called themselves the retrogressives, but very like the next czar, the next couple decades were very retrogressive. And so, just going back through the last four, you either have a serious shift in the definition of what the country is, or with the Russian Revolution and the collapse of the Soviet Union, or you have a shift in leaders that then reverses the direction of the country for decades to come, right? And so we can't talk about Saturn, Neptune, and look at the news and not be like, okay, so we're going into another one of those periods for Russia.
Right, for sure. And here's the chart for November 9th, 1989, when the Berlin Wall fell. And this was like just days after the third and final exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction that would occur that year in 1989. So, and which is just itself symbolically, literally like Saturn, a wall crumbling and like falling down, which is Neptune.
Mm-hmm. I think with both Saturn in Pisces and Saturn-Neptune co-present for so long, a real issue for many people at least will be, where do you place your faith? And what do you do with your faith or your ideals when it runs up against disappointment? Mm-hmm. And does it make you dig deeper and have a stronger, more realistic faith in whatever you place it in? Or does it just demolish your ideals and you go into nihilism? It seems like when I was looking through examples, both of events and people, that seem to be an issue. Certainly not everyone's going to deal with tragedy, right? I'm not going to say that, with Saturn and Pisces, but there were a fair number of people who have Saturn and Pisces, and it seemed to deal in their chart with, some sort of tragedy, and then what do you do with it? It's a much more internal process than, it's a Jupiter ruled Saturn, but it's not a fire sign like, Saturn in Sagittarius. The Saturn in Pisces is a mutable water sign. So it's a much more internal, much more free flow. It's and I think I was noticing that when I was looking up birth charts with Saturn and Pisces, so much didn't seem to be nearly as externally visible compared to some other placements. And I was like, I bet that's an internal experience for them, right? You could see some events, but it was much more that way than many other things I've looked up. So, both of those, I think, will be relevant. Certainly Saturn, Neptune can be like that, but Saturn and Pisces can also be like that. And so sort of the double duty of like, how are you going to emotionally orient yourself with regard to your ideals and your faith, especially when it runs up against sort of realistic events or so forth that make you question that?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Neptune and Pisces has very clearly been about is about stories. Like, what's your story for the world? A lot of people talk about ideologies, but a lot of times it's maybe more accurate to be like, what story do you think you're living in? Because people think they're living in lots of different stories. And when a collective story comes to an end, there is that like crisis of, it's not just a crisis, it is a crisis of faith, but it's also a like, we use stories to place ourselves in time, like what's happening. Oh, well, we're at this stage of, there's the sort of, we locate ourselves by an environmental story, we locate ourselves by a political story, et cetera, et cetera. And when a big story runs out, people need stories. They're literally like they're global positioning things. They're very helpful, right? Like the story of what does it mean to be a middle-aged person? If I didn't know I was middle-aged, I would, and that there's a difference between that and being 20, I would be very confused by how my knees feel. And that's a larger thing that's very private and can be very collective. And I have one example of what a Saturn in Pisces transit can look like when it's not deep, when it's not occurring in the deep imaginal. So I was going through this and I was like, oh, okay, what was happening for me, right? I broke my foot, I broke 3 or 4 toes, and I had my jaw crushed by a foot, all during Saturn in Pisces.
Wow.
Like an actual foot, not a metaphorical foot.
Oh no, my martial arts instructor was literally an Olympic level face kicker and gave me an Olympic level face kick without a mouth guard, and it broke my jaw in 2 places.
Nice.
After I'd been breaking my feet on people for the lead up to that.
All right. Well, I like that both as a literal event as well as a metaphor for Saturn and Pisces.
Yeah, right. Just, a little bit on the surface too.
Going back to what you were saying, Lisa, so we saw a lot of that with Saturn, the Saturn and Capricorn, Saturn return stories, because all those people from the late 80s were born with Saturn conjunct Neptune and Capricorn, and this question of how do you implement your ideals concretely. And that was such a so many of their Saturn return stories had this so much more idealistic tinge to them than I was used to seeing in other people's Saturn return stories in previous years. I thought that was really striking. I know you have actually a good chart example of a Saturn in Pisces in the 2nd house as well, right?
Karl Marx. Yeah.
Do you want to go into that?
Yeah. So Aquarius rising, Saturn in Pisces in the 2nd house of income and personal finances. Communist Manifesto gets published then at his first Saturn return, just 3 days after Neptune and Saturn start their copresence in Pisces in 1848, February 21st, 1848, if I'm remembering right. So it's just kind of a perfect manifestation of obviously his life story was focused on income and finances, but it's also like, we are all one, right? All our finances should be one. It's pretty literal.
Right. So Pisces and Neptune can sometimes be just the blurring of boundaries or removal of boundaries altogether.
Exactly. And I think, I remember also the last Saturn in Pisces, one of the good things about being an astrologer and getting older is you remember the past transits and how they went. So I remember Saturn in Pisces in the 90s and had a particular life experience, which I don't think was characteristic of Saturn in Pisces, but it prompted a upswell of emotions. I literally did not know how to contain them compared to any experience before or for quite a while after. It was and, Saturn in Pisces is how do you put boundaries on the boundless? And so this can be an upswell of emotion or anything else that is just very free flowing. And it's how do you put Saturn in that when it is just this sort of oceanic thing that never really stops? How do you pin that down?
That actually brings up something that has come up with clients who are having Neptune transits through, in contact with particularly sensitive points in their own charts, which is to remember that even the ocean has a floor. And so part of the work is figuring out how to remember that there is a floor, even though you feel like you're just floating in the deepest chasm of the ocean. At some point, it does stop.
Right. Or how do you put artificial boundaries on it? I'm going to cry for half an hour and then that's my crying time today, right?
Yeah.
Again, not saying that everyone's going to be crying through Saturn and Pisces, but it is more of an emotional transit, certainly, compared to the last 5-6 years of Saturn and Saturn root signs.
I also, this is bringing up one of the things that I've been anticipatorially concerned about.
Good word.
In the aftermath of the Panini Press, which is actually navigating the grief of various levels that has been stirred by the past couple of years, whether that's grief around things that you could have done with that time, if only, or grief around people who you've lost. Whether, like, I do wonder if at some point we will actually have see more deliberate collective expressions of grief.
Well, I that resonates really strongly with the pattern I was talking about with Saturn and Pisces always coming after the double Saturn years, where tragic things always happen, and that part of that retreat to the imaginal is to deal with all of the real shit that has occurred.
Like, I know Tolkien's work, he claimed that it had nothing to do with the First World War, and also, like, there's reasons to believe that it had almost everything to do. Same thing with C.S. Lewis's work, which, coming out around the same time.
And when you're in that creative, when you sit down to tell a story, you don't necessarily know that, by talking about the Little Hobbit, that you're like, oh, that's actually, like that resonates with maybe how you felt when you were in the trenches. Like, that doesn't have to be conscious to. You don't have to be conscious that you're interacting with those deep emotional structures or scars in order to be interacting with them in a meaningful way that can change them. That's that, like, deep undersea, or like the dreaming quality, where you can be dreaming about how your dad was mean to you when you were a kid, but there's a monster and it doesn't look anything like that. And it's actually easier to access some of that stuff. Like you were saying, Leisa, about like the story that's close enough, but isn't too literal. The being too on the nose, the mind will reject it and you won't end up going there.
Right.
There's something about coming in through side gates.
Yeah, very much. And Pisces is very indirect like that oftentimes. Yeah. I also wonder about, we have a bunch of transits that are going over recent transits. And so this year we have Jupiter and Neptune in Pisces, and then next year we have Saturn in Pisces. And I do wonder also with regard to that, whether we'll have some like uncovering of like, oh, these things look rosy and fine last year, but we just, we now understand they were not fine, right? And it's kind of like taking away that bubble of sort of optimistic, like imagination.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that while we have Saturn and Pisces, because it's a Jupiter ruled sign, we're going to get something very different every year as Jupiter moves into the different signs, right? So we begin Saturn and Pisces with the last bit of Jupiter in Aries, which goes until May. And then it's Jupiter in Taurus, rest of the year and a chunk of next. And Jupiter will not be alone in Taurus, but will be there briefly with the North Node. But for the entire time, will be there with Uranus. And that's another one of our important historical pairings. And so it's not just Saturn and Pisces with Neptune, it's Saturn and Pisces with Neptune ruled by that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, which I think is very interesting.
Right.
And Jupiter and Taurus. Oh, I was going to say Jupiter and Taurus.
Sorry. I was just going to say that's a great transition point because I've been meaning to move us into Jupiter and Taurus because that's one last major signature transit of this year that we need to talk about. So let's.
That was my Pisces
Austin keeping us on track.
Coming in from the side to keep us on track. Yeah,
I appreciate that. I just want to make it more official. All right, Diana, what were you saying?
I was just going to say Jupiter and Pisces also features like two like kind of way stations in terms of Jupiter's relationships with other planets, which includes the square with Pluto, which then harkens back to the Jupiter-Pluto conjunctions back in 2020, which like lots of concentrations of wealth in particular directions.
Right.
And then it's the opening sextile with Saturn, which I think is very, very interesting in terms of seeing how this, age of air is beginning to show more evident fruit. So it's not just Pluto in Aquarius showing up around that great conjunction degree. It's also the relationship between Jupiter and Saturn. They're getting more room between each other. but they are also like affecting each other, and like there's like the fact that it's in earth and water, it's like what is actually beginning to grow here feels like a relevant question. Also, like, what did you put out before the last hard freeze and is now dying, like with that Saturn influence?
Yeah,
for sure.
That Jupiter Saturn arc is, I think, is really important. You know, if people can imagine that Saturn is like the sun and Jupiter is like the moon, just like we get, visible lunar cycle as the moon starts to move away from the sun and get ahead of it. The opening sextile, which Diana mentioned, is sort of once the moon is like starting to get some good light. It's not quite half full, but it's not just a dirty fingernail. You know, we're kind of getting moving. We're most of the way through the first quarter of the cycle. Things are beginning to take shape. Only it's a 20-year month rather than a 29.5 day month.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about two of those alignments, though, that we're going to have between Jupiter and other outer planets. So first, as soon as Jupiter goes into Taurus at 0 degrees of Taurus, it squares Pluto, which has recently moved into 0 degrees of Aquarius at that point. So like Diana was saying, that's then the continuation, that's the opening square of the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction that occurred back in 2020. And one of the things we talked about and observed, like two major things that happened back during that time. One of them was this huge gap in terms of wealth, where during the early part of the pandemic, when the first conjunction took place, there was this interesting phenomenon where after the economy initially, or at least the stock market initially tanked, there was a bunch of billionaires that started investing very quickly and then suddenly became mega wealthy and became even wealthier than they already were before everything took place. So they were able to sort of like use that to their advantage. And that may be a recurring theme here. We may be returning back to that when we see this square take place. I know there was another one that I was really focused on that year because it kept coming up every time Jupiter conjoined Pluto, which is I kept noticing like an explosion of like conspiracy theories and ways in which things like that were being used to control and manipulate people. And I would not be surprised if that was another theme here when Jupiter squares Pluto.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting also with, it's any of these first quicker transits, they're going to be hitting off the Pluto and Aquarius transit. You just watch them because that's going to be the initial inklings of like, what is this transit actually going to be about? And so what you should watch what takes place when those faster moving planets aspect Pluto and Aquarius. One of the things we haven't talked about yet with Pluto and Aquarius, we talked a lot about technological advances, but there were also a bunch of revolutions, the last time. There was the French Revolution, there was the Haitian Revolution. And so, I think that it does recall some of those Jupiter and Pluto themes, like the conjunction in Capricorn, but that was in Capricorn. And this is now the square to Aquarius. And so I do wonder if there'll be some backlash of this like power to the people kind of thing. I don't think it'll be only that, but I do expect something around that to come up.
Yeah, well, especially with it being co-present with Uranus, right? Which is, rebel with or without a cause. Like Uranus would love to be against something.
And then when you add like the Taurian element, which to me, like there's very much a salt of the earth kind of person that describes Jupiter and Taurus, or that embodies Jupiter and Taurus. So it's like from the perspective like of the people, like, is this sufficiently disseminated? Whatever this might be.
Right.
Yeah. And with the Jupiter-Uranus cycle, which is roughly a conjunction every 13 years, you get waves of culture, right? Like the last one happened in 2010. It was in Aries, and you have Occupy happening. You have the Arab Spring. You have this like, it's martial. Like what should, what is the proper formation of culture? Oh, it goes out and it does something. It's active. It's activist. That's Aries, right? The one before that, 97 in Aquarius. That's when everyone decided that technology and this internet thing were the future, and everybody got really excited about that. That became what everything was about. And when you follow them back, like it's the beginning of a cultural wave. In some ways, it's Jupiter coming in to confirm whatever the like crazy Uranian either rebellion or new invention is. And so we've had Jupiter, or we've had Uranus in Taurus for a while. And so the Jupiter's coming to confirm that and like create a little cultural wave around it.
Yeah. What's additionally interesting about like the most previous one is that it started in Aries, but then there were 2 more in Pisces. Mm-hmm. Right. And just even thinking about the sort of wind out of sails that at least some of the revolutions along with the Arab Spring experienced, but that's not going to be the case for this one. It's just Taurus. Total side note, but one of the things I'm really hoping will happen with Jupiter and Uranus and Taurus is like an invention of another extraordinarily delicious baked good, a la the chocolate chip cookie. But I think it's probably going to be more along
the chocolate chip cookie a Jupiter.
No, it was a Uranus. It was a Uranus and Taurus. It was Uranus and Taurus.
Okay, well, gotcha.
But what I think it's going to be more about bovine.
Getting my hopes up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. What I think it's going to be is like fake meats.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
that's the thing that comes to mind is like, especially because we see Jupiter in relationship with more fatty things, right? It's like tofu and tempeh aren't particularly fatty. So it's like, how do you make a ribeye steak without a cow?
Mm. All right.
Yeah.
Well, everyone heard it here first. Fake meat cookies 2023 hashtag.
Yikes. I rescind my prediction. Okay.
No, it's too late.
You're probably right. But it'll do other things as well. With it ruling the Saturn in Pisces, Taurus is a Venus ruled sign. I think that very strongly supports the wave of good or at least better art, like better cultural creation. It's very art for art's sake. And when you look at the last time we had a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in a Venus-ruled sign, which was early 70s, a lot of great music literally got invented then. Like it was good for art. And then, the Jupiter-Uranus conjunctions also have a political dimension, right? Like Occupy was not primarily an aesthetic movement, even though we've also got that. And so, I think it'll probably do a couple things. One thing that I hope it will do that's within the realm of possibility is a radical pragmatism, right? Like, let's get the food and the energy sorted.
So let me show the chart because I wanted to transition into this discussion, just clarify. So this is the closest Jupiter and Uranus get this year. It's in September, where Jupiter gets to about 15 Taurus when it stations retrograde, and Uranus is at 23 Taurus at that time. So they're within 8 degrees of each other. So that's the conjunction we're talking about, or at least the most intense point of that this year. Although really, from our perspective, it begins in May as soon as Jupiter goes into the sign of Taurus and begins that sign-based conjunction.
Yeah. There were a lot of actually iconic food things that were started during the last Jupiter-Uranus in Taurus, like M&M's started then. It was actually really close to the exact conjunction. It was like the innovation was the melt in your mouth, not in your hand, right? And they sent it off to war because it was more like temperature stable. So, there are innovative food things like that. One of the things that sounds really like silly, but actually illustrates a good principle is Cheerios also started right around that conjunction. And, but they had started like the process of cereal extrusion, like a little bit before that. But then like Cheerios came in and like became the one that was remembered as the iconic one. And so I think there may be a parallel here where Uranus has already been going through Taurus. It's already been innovating some of these things, but then Jupiter comes through and like someone takes really good advantage of that or does something a little better with that. And that's the one that sticks. Like, I'm not saying I'm a Cheerios fan. I'm just saying the principle.
It's also
I think
hilarious
we can all agree that Cheerios is the most rebellious cereal.
It's also hilarious that Cheerios are called Cheerios. That's like Jupiter's coming in being like, hey, I have jokes and cereal for you.
Yeah,
It's true.
How close did they come to being Nifty O's?
Right.
They were called something else actually, but I don't remember what it was initially. But the other thing that I love that I hope we'll have more repetitions of is the last time that Jupiter and Uranus were in Taurus, although granted Saturn was there too, I believe, was the implementation of the 40-hour work week with overtime pay otherwise became national, right? And it was literally like the innovation is more leisure time. It is more time to slow down. And be kind of a human being, not doing, and I love that. I hope we do more of that. Being a Jupiter and Taurus person. But,
I think that's a great catch. Like, if we're talking about Jupiter coming in to confirm things that Uranus has been working on in Taurus, Uranus has absolutely been working on, a labor movement for the last several years. And so I think that's a really good call. Some parallel to that is a really good call.
Well, and the other piece I love about that is it actually 2 Jupiter cycles prior, when Jupiter was also in Taurus, that first started being implemented. I think it was the Adamson Act for railroad employees. So just interstate railroad employees. But then later with the Jupiter and Uranus together, it was like a bigger innovation, right? So I'm hoping for more of that. I know there's like movements around like the 4-day work week and things like that. So I like that idea, because it's sometimes so hard to sort of typify Jupiter and Uranus and Taurus because they have some antithetical qualities. But I do think like the innovation is rest is pretty perfect.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the last example of that is interfered with very strongly by Saturn. And it's also, it was in 1941. So kind of almost everything except Cheerios is just about war.
And the M&Ms.
Oh, and the M&Ms.
Speaking of Jupiter conjunct Uranus, some of my favorite natal examples of that are Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple Computers, who had Jupiter conjunct Uranus in the sign of Cancer. Interestingly, he unveiled the quote unquote Think Different ad campaign on August 8th, 1997, which was also a Jupiter Uranus conjunction. So Think Different as a slogan for Jupiter Uranus, I think, is a significant one.
Well, let me just jump in with one thing. And that's what I was talking about with like the Jupiter Uranus starts a cultural wave. Right. Apple, at like that ad campaign you're talking about concentrated and typified that excitement around tech. It wasn't just these are new tools. It's we're going to be different. We're going to think different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they're also like unveiling those fancy iMacs at the time that were all like neon colored and stuff. So that was pretty cool. Similarly, more locally related in our community, the company Astrodienst was founded under the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Sagittarius in 1983. And that has just been, they were one of the first astrology companies to get on the internet, and they were the first one to start offering free birth chart calculations through their websites in the late 90s and early 2000s. And that was just a huge technological game changer for astrologers that has influenced a whole generation of astrologers since then. I mean, I think we all started calculating charts on astro.com, right?
100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's huge. And then another one that I found last night is Tim Berners-Lee also has a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Cancer, the same one that Steve Jobs had. And he was the founder of the World Wide Web. And he came up with the whole idea. He actually proposed the idea while he was working at CERN in Switzerland in 1989. And he made the first proposal within days of the first Saturn-Neptune conjunction, where it was that Saturn-Neptune-Uranus conjunction that was in Capricorn. And he made a proposal for what would become the World Wide Web to his boss. And what was funny is there's like the original proposal paper still exists, and it has a note scribbled from his boss that says that the proposal was vague but exciting. And I loved that as a Uranus, Neptune, Saturn conjunction, vague but exciting. And then it turns into the World Wide Web. Yeah.
Well, it's certainly proven to be exciting.
For sure. So yeah, Jupiter Uranus conjunctions and technological innovations are major themes. So I would expect something like that coming up this year with that Jupiter Uranus conjunction in Taurus. All right. So other things that we need to mention are very brief overview of the year ahead that we're doing here at the start that we've gone way over time, but I think that's okay. And maybe we'll mention a couple other things really quickly and then we'll take a break. So one of them we need to mention is that there's going to be a Venus retrograde in the sign of Leo this summer. And this is going to be a major Venus retrograde that actually repeats a Venus retrograde from 8 years ago. So here's a graphic with a time frame. Venus stations retrograde on July 22nd, and it's retrograded in Leo for 40 days and 40 nights approximately until it stations direct on September 3rd. So there's a broader time frame involved that starts way back in June when Venus first goes into Leo, and it ends in October when Venus eventually leaves Leo, and that's like the full time frame of the entire transit when it's activating that specific sign of the zodiac. But the most intense period will be that retrograde from July 22nd to September 3rd. So how are you both feeling about Venus retrograde in Leo? I know one of the things I always remember from the last one 8 years ago, and it was conjunct Jupiter at the time, but that was when same-sex marriage was legalized in the United States by the Supreme Court that summer, and that's something I always remember from that time frame.
Yeah, I think the only two things I can remember from then is the legalization, and we started doing this podcast together. And I believe you used the Venus Jupiter as a big part of the election. I remember you scrambling to try to set up a Patreon so you could get the most out of that Venus Jupiter conjunction. So, Chris, maybe that's a thing for us, because then we also hung out at the previous one, which was the previous Venus retrograde in Leo, which was at the last Project Hindsight conclave.
Yeah, which started the day of Venus stationing retrograde in Virgo, back when this retrograde still started in Virgo and then went back into Leo. Yeah, I think you're right. So the forecast has a Venus retrograde in Leo stamp to it in some sense then, which is funny because you were just out here for like a tarot conference randomly, and we asked you if you wanted to join us for the forecast, and then the rest is history. It's been like 8 years now almost.
Yeah, and that's something that everyone should look. Is there an important relationship that is coming up on 8 years? Because you see really important benchmarks in that. Like Kate and I got together right before that one in 2007. Then we got married basically one Venus cycle later, right after the Venus retrograde in Leo, right after it went direct. I'm not terrible at astrology. And then we may have some more benchmarks coming up. So yeah, like, and you and I, like we also have moved close to that cycle as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Venus retrogrades always have this like backwards looking tinge to them, because Venus literally like slows down, turns around, and the planet of relationships starts moving backwards in the cycle of the zodiac. And I think sometimes there can be this reflective quality of looking back on past relationships and reconnecting with people from the past that you used to have closer bonds with, and reevaluating some of those relationships.
Yeah, and also just it's sort of doing a full Venus cycle with someone or with something else that's Venusian. Maybe you've been painting for just about 8 years, but there's a level of completion to the relationship, and then you're going to do another cycle together. In an ideal world, I would advise everyone to do exactly one 8-year Venus cycle before getting married. It's not practical in most cases, but there are kind of no surprises in any part of the Venus cycle if you've done that.
Yeah.
I do also really like that Venus is going to be in Leo for 4 months, even if it is retrograde for part of that time, and Jupiter is going to be in Taurus for the second half of the year. And those of us who have been getting hit by the Saturn and Aquarius transit for a few years, it's really a welcome shift of like two benefics for at least part of the year versus Saturn Uranus being very close.
Yeah. So interestingly, so here's June 6th, looking at the chart, animating the charts. And as soon as Venus goes into Leo, it has a kind of a tense opposition with Pluto as its first opening thing. But then, yeah, you're right. It does then quickly move into the first square with Jupiter. And then in the build up to the retrograde, Venus is closing the distance and almost catching up on Mars, which is kind of an interesting inversion from what we saw earlier in 2022 when Venus was retrograde in Capricorn, and it was Mars that overtook Venus. But instead, Venus slows down and doesn't catch up to Mars before it stations retrograde. And one of the things that it does while it's in Leo is it has 3 squares with Uranus, with the first one taking place there in early July at 21 Leo to 21 Taurus, where Uranus is at that point. So this Venus retrograde is partially tinged by that square with Uranus.
Which will be setting off some of the same transits as we've had with the Saturn-Uranus square, at least to the Taurus house for each person. But Jupiter will be there kind of affirming things rather than only destabilizing.
How do you feel about Venus retrograde square Uranus, Diana?
I mean, it's something I've been thinking about quite a lot, and especially when it comes to the way that, Venus retrogrades are always going to be disruptive and for relationships generally, but also specifically wherever Venus is in charge of things in your own chart. And when you add the Uranian component, one of the things I've been thinking about quite a lot is, and this is in part because it becomes relevant in a lot of my own client work, is thinking about how old stories become factors in new relationships and how old stories will erupt into new relationships in really surprising and destabilizing ways, which then having Uranus and Jupiter together in Taurus, forming that square with retrograde Venus, it's more like really supported stress testing than all of a sudden there's gnomes laying dynamite in your house, right? It feels much more constructive than it would be without Jupiter there. But absolutely one of those times where, oh shit, I didn't know I was going to react like that, might be quite noisy.
Especially in the lead up to the Venus's retrograde station, because Venus and Mars are just hanging out in all of the lead up, the shadow. And so the first Venus Uranus square is also with Mars square Uranus and with Mars right there. So it's probably going to be front loaded with difficulties and eruptions.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting to note that the next Mars-Venus conjunction actually happens at 6 Aquarius. So across the street from where this particular Venus retrograde is happening. And then later in the year, there's a bunch of there's a Mars-Sun conjunction opposite Uranus that just in terms of forming a shape with how that interacts with the Venus retrograde, there's something about relationship arising rooted in the fixed signs, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Or relationship catching fire.
Yeah, that too. Like the compost pile where you've been dumping all of your unresolved conflicts, spontaneously combusting.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, there's something also to be said for, Uranus going through Taurus and going through a house for each person where we don't like things to move quickly or change much. And so that's already been a thing for a while here. But with that Venus squaring Uranus 3 times, one of the things that always really happens with Venus-Uranus hard aspects is things move more quickly with, interpersonal things, whether that's romantic relationship or otherwise. People tend to be much more free and open with socializing and with kind of making quick connections. And that can be a good thing too. Of course, it has that review quality since it's going to be doing that during the Venus retrograde, maybe people very quickly coming back from your past or things like that, or issues from, earlier in your relationship very quickly arising to be reviewed. But there can be some constructive things with that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And go ahead.
After you.
All right. I was just going to add to the idea of things changing more quickly in Taurus than normal, and that having been a thing for the last several years or 5 years at this point. And we're going to be pinging that Uranus in Taurus without Saturn to hold it back. all year. So all of the Uranus stuff that's been there, but it's immediately hit a wall. Like any of the like, oh, what if I just change the whole way I was doing this? Or what if I this, or what if I that? There's no, there's nobody to hold Uranus back. There's none of the hold me back, bro. Like, like a lot of things are just going to move.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I was just going to add, there is something too about thinking about even Venus in retrograde motion is contributing some sweetness to that Taurus situation. And so like there's a phrase, I first heard it from my friend, Ari Felix, and I'm not going to remember where they first sourced this in the moment, but just this idea of moving at the speed of trust. And there's something about Venus and Leo being in deep self-sovereignty, like a certain form of sovereignty. Adrienne Marie Brown, thank you, Ari. Like, how does that then contribute to moving faster than you could have moved previously, especially in the aftermath of having all of the eclipses in the Taurus-Scorpio axis, right? The North Node passing through Taurus, increasing the volume on the Uranian, like speedboat sort of situation. Like, there's some potential there of that being productively, I don't know, there's like a generative eros there that's like rooted in clearer sense of self and potentially disruptions facilitating that clearer sense of self that then allows for moving forward.
Well, I think sense of self is a really sense of self, idea of self, vision of self is a pretty key thing for this Venus retrograde, because it's all in Leo. And so it's sort of, like one of the way a lot of this stuff will come up is, oh, I don't see myself as the kind of person who lives this way, or I don't see my, it's how should we say, self-image being a major issue in relationships, right? Like, or someone seeing themselves, through a mirror darkly, right? Like distorted self-perceptions, impacting relationships, and the working with the result of good work through that being, a more form-fitting, comfortable, flattering self-image that, is more connected to who you are.
Taking off the garments of power and putting on the pajamas.
Which is, by the way, a Saturn and Pisces fashion trend. Garments become looser and comfier consistently in terms of what's popular.
Thank God.
Flowier as well.
The return of the kaftan.
I am tired of the tight pants decade that we've been in for a while now.
Well, it's the whole testosterone crisis, right? It's just the pants.
Yeah. So I like the Venus direct station, where Venus stations direct at 12 Leo in early September, and it's squaring Jupiter, and right around the same time Jupiter stations retrograde. So there's sort of a positive, affirming quality to the end of that retrograde period after the tumultuousness of the sort of obsession of Venus ingressing into Leo and then immediately opposing Pluto, where you get this sort of like intense smoldering sort of relationship or other person dynamics. And then you get the copresence with Mars, which is a, energetic, but potentially sort of explosive or combustible type of energy as well in terms of personal relationships. You get the instability and the excitement of the Venus-Uranus square early on, but also the sort of instability of it. But then you get this nice affirming quality towards the end of the retrograde when Venus stations direct and starts moving forward again into the future. And then interestingly, immediately after the Venus retrograde and the Venus transit through Leo ends, Venus ingresses into Virgo in early October, and then immediately a bucket of cold water is dumped on her head when she opposes Saturn in Pisces. So there's like this interesting like beat or like sort of chronology to the whole Venus retrograde this summer that will be really fascinating to see how that plays out, taking some of those archetypes and how it works out specifically in people's lives.
Yeah, we can do a nice play-by-play during our third quarter analysis.
Yeah. All right, we're back from a little bit of a break here, and we're going to move into the second part of this, where we go through a quarter-by-quarter analysis of each of the months of 2023. So first, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Our first sponsor is the Honeycomb Almanacs and Calendars, which are custom built with your natal chart and favorite house system. So Honeycomb tracks your natal transits alongside mundane transits so that you can write your own personalized forecasts. You can customize the location for your almanac and find the exact moment when the transits occur in your time zone. There are many ways to personalize your almanac with optional plugins like solar return charts, community artwork, or zodiacal releasing. Honeycomb almanacs and calendars are available in print and digital editions, starting at just $10 for a 6-month almanac. Find out more at honeycomb.co. And we're getting a little close to the Christmas season, but I know this has become a popular holiday gift or end of the year thing that a lot of astrologers get. I think, Diana, you mentioned you get one every year around this time.
I get one every single year. The past 2 years, somebody has gotten to it before I have and has given it to me as a birthday gift, which has been really lovely. But they are so, I'm obsessed with them, honestly. If somebody is a little bit beyond beginner astrology, this is one of the most useful things that you can have on hand to continue with your studies. I don't know, it's somebody just put in the chat, it's indispensable. That is exactly what it is. It's super, 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 super useful.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's one of the most important things when you start learning astrology is following your transits every day or as regularly as you can, because that's when you start to see the planets come alive and you start to see how your birth chart works and how these different symbols actually work in practice, in real life. That's how you connect things is through transits.
Yeah. And one of the things I love about it is I think it's part of the traditional astrology plugin. It includes your annual perfections and your zodiacal releasing. And so if you're using it to track your perfections, it will highlight every single transit that involves your perfected year boss. When it comes to ZR, it'll tell you when you are switching any levels of those periods, those timing periods. And so it's just, and the fact that it's paper, I mean, some people love the digital version. I prefer the paper version. Just because there's something about the tactility, and then it goes alongside, my previous ones all live with my previous year's journals. So I can whip out my journal and my Honeycomb from that year together. And it's just the cross-referencing is just, it was delightful.
I have my print calendar up behind my computer screen. So when I'm working someday and I get a particularly annoying email and I just can't understand why I'm irritated, I can glance at it and see I'm having Mars conjunct natal Mercury that day. And then I'm okay, that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really, really customizable. And also the art. We haven't talked about the art, right?
Right.
You can put in which art pieces you want. There's a few different styles from specific artists, and you can choose which ones you want to illustrate your journal. Yeah. Super good learning tool. And most astrology calendars just do the general transits, the mundane transits, but it's really unique in sort of tracking your own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that, what the technology is, but somehow they print each one custom to your actual timed birth chart. You have to enter in your full birth data, and they spit out one that's customized to you instead of one of these other ones that's just, for everybody.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can choose your house system and you can choose your location. It's really cool.
You can also choose one of the things that I love doing. It's one of the add-ons is adding the lunation charts. Mm-hmm. So at the back end of mine, it has all of the lunations for the entire year, just all together. So it's really easy to do certain kinds of assessments. And, especially if you're a practicing astrologer, that becomes really useful to have a very quick glance. That's not meaning you have 6 different windows open on your screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's, I don't know, there's something very irreplaceable in not just learning about astrology, but really knowing how it works by just watching your transits, right? Because you may be good enough as an astrologer that you can be when Mars sextiles my moon from this house, this kind of thing will probably happen. And even if, you're mostly right, just seeing it happen over and over and over again, having that part of your daily consciousness allows all of that to sink into a much deeper level. It's really I haven't seen anything, any sort of product or aid like Honeycomb that would be nearly as effective. Like it's just kind of the best case version of that.
Yeah,
for sure. All right. Well, shout out to them because they're one of our favorite sponsors pretty much ever on the podcast. You can find out more at honeycomb.co, and I'll put a link to it in the description below this video on YouTube or on the Astrology Podcast website for this episode.
And can I say something about the art really quick?
Please.
Which is that the art store where you can just get the art itself is closing at the end of this year. And I just finally got some myself this year, which I'm trying to show you and failing. It's on super high quality paper. Like it arrived and I was shocked at how high quality the paper is. So this is one of those things where if you're like, I want more art, like go buy it now because you won't be able to very soon. So
yeah, those are really beautiful. I like that you have those up behind you.
Yeah, they're so nice.
All right.
Those are nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so Honeycomb is our first sponsor. Also shout out to our second sponsor, which is the ephemeris.co birth chart pendants, where you can go on their website and actually enter in your birth data, and they will send you a custom astrological necklace that displays your planetary placements in your birth chart. So the Ephemeris birth chart pendant is a bespoke piece of quality jewelry to help people connect deeply with their birth chart. All pieces are unique and handmade in the US, and you can choose what zodiac or house system you prefer, and even put a custom engraving on the back for whatever you want to say, either for yourself or to who you're giving it to as a gift. So as a modern look, it's gender neutral and it looks pretty good with any outfit. You can also get different readings that are available with it. They've sold these to more than 20,000 orders and counting. So it's actually starting to become really popular. And you can actually get a 15% discount with the promo code Astrology Podcast if you purchase one on their website at ephemeris.co. And this is another good sort of gift type thing, especially during the holiday season. There's the engraving you can put on the back. And I think it's cool. Again, I don't know how the technology and all this is like working at this point, but that you can customize these things like to your actual birth chart is just kind of wild to me and kind of crazy compared to where we were, 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good gift. You can also do it for things that aren't birth charts, like a significant moment, like when you and your partner met, or, charts of like important events in your life.
It would be really cute to have like as like a besties chart, like best friends necklaces. Like if when you met your bestie to like cast a chart for that moment. Oh, that's adorable.
Or like a composite chart.
I brought it up before, but I am still waiting for them to offer like a Flavor Flav style, like 1 foot in diameter. Yeah. Well, so everyone knows what time it is.
That's going to be a special order. So you would definitely wear that for like a forecast episode if they made a special one.
100%.
Putting that in as a request. Everyone needs to wear that to like the next in-person conference.
Yeah. Who needs a name tag when you have like a foot size, like a foot long, foot diameter birth chart on your chest?
It's okay if it gives me neck problems. I won't, I won't sue. I'll deal with that.
That's really funny because that means there's probably some like past life version of you in the medieval period that was you wore like a big astrolabe like on your chest, like when you walked around as an astrologer in that time period.
Yes,
I hope so.
You were the one in the scholar's robes that was completely embroidered with astronomical symbols.
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Love that. All right, cool. Well, shout out and thanks to ephemeris.co. Once again, Astrology Podcast is a promo code for 15% on their website, and I'll put a link to that in the description below this video or on the podcast website. So thanks a lot for sponsoring this episode. All right, we've completed the first half of our journey, and now the broad overview of the year ahead of 2023. Now it's time to get into the details by jumping into the somewhat quicker month-by-month analysis and quarter-by-quarter analysis of 2023. So let's jump into it right away here with January, the month of January. For those watching the video version, here's the planetary alignments calendar. This is from our wall calendar that's available on the podcast website in our merch section. So it shows the major transits that we're having this month. I'll just read off some of the major ones. Major one is that we start off the year in the midst of a Mercury retrograde in Capricorn, and that reaches its halfway point just after our first lunation of the month, which is a full moon in Cancer on the 6th. And then the next day, the Sun conjoins Mercury, and we get the halfway point in the retrograde. The following week, Mars finally slows down and stations direct, and ending its long retrograde period in Gemini, after which point it'll start moving forward again and picking up steam. The following week, Mercury stations direct on the 18th of January. Then we get our second lunation of the month, which is a new moon in Aquarius on the 21st. Uranus stations direct on Taurus on the 22nd, and Venus departs from Aquarius, where it started at the beginning of the month, and moves into Pisces on the 26th. So that sounds already like kind of a dynamic month where we've got planets moving forward, 3 planets all stationing direct that month: Mars, Mercury, and Uranus. How are you guys feeling about that?
Well, I really feel like January, the big thing is just Mars stationing direct, right? Because it's been in Gemini since August 20th of 2022. It's been retrograde since the end of October. So we're really finally moving forward with, actions that have kind of been held back, or things that we've needed to redo. And now we're finally going to move forward with that energy. I think it'll just feel a lot better personally too. Like whatever you've been trying to work on or needing to work on and put energy towards, it can finally move in a constructive direction rather than like unpacking past things.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling that a lot of the New Year's resolutions aren't actually going to pick up or feel possible until after that direct station. So for those of you who are resolutioners, I don't know if that's a word, maybe consider building in quite a bit of grace period for yourself and just be like, throughout January, I'm going to figure out how I'm going to implement my plans. So that way, come February, you can use Mars picking up speed to pick up speed.
That is great advice.
We actually said the same thing last month when we were looking at it. It was like, maybe not January 1st for the edict. I agree entirely that Mars is the big thing. And so it's worth noting that Mars is right next to a big royal star, literally all month. It's right next to Aldebaran, which is going to supercharge Mars's direct station. I think it's going to have a significant impact on world news, as well as on personal lives. Probably better on almost certainly better on a personal level than on a reading the news. I read the news today, oh boy, level, but very powerful. But like Diana was saying, there's the direct station, but it's going to take weeks to perceptibly move. It's like a big old train. Like it slows down and it takes a while to get any forward momentum. I would also add, not to be a negative Nelly, but the stationing direct of a malefic doesn't turn it into a benefic. Like Mars doesn't stop wanting to burn things down or destroy things because it's direct. Whereas later in the year we'll do Venus. Venus is much more positive when direct than retrograde. Whereas Mars is going to be, Mars is going to know exactly, it's a forward march, but it may be a forward march to a battle. I've seen on a personal level, I've seen like relationships that were contentious during a retrograde, a Mars retrograde, just end decisively on a Mars direct. And it was for the best, right? It's better than like being in limbo, but Mars direct isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily parade worthy. It's a serious planet that's doing a serious station.
Yeah. So some of the conflicts that began at the beginning of the retrograde in October sort of reached their logical conclusion in January when Mars stations direct and moves forward again. And, the ancient symbol, Egyptian symbol for Mars in some ancient astrological text was a knife. And so sometimes that theme of like severing or separation can become prominent. And when Mars stations direct, you sort of know what to sever or separate, and the necessary use, sometimes surgical use of Mars can be good at certain points in your life. And I wanted to give a shout out to Stella from Reddit, who illustrated this Mars retrograde graphic for us that shows Mars entering its shadow on September 3rd stationing retrograde on October 30th, stationing direct on January 12th, and then finally leaving its post-retrograde shadow on March 15th, which tells us that there's still going to be a bit of a cleanup phase for several weeks before Mars is fully finished with its business in Gemini.
Mm-hmm. And there's been a lot of talk about the Uranus return that'll be coming up in the US chart in the 7th house. And I just wanted to note that Mars is actually stationing conjunct the natal Uranus in the 7th house of the US chart. So it may bring things up. It's also very close to Biden's Saturn in his 7th house, since they have kind of similar charts with Sad rising. Not really predicting anything specific around that, although it does make me think about the new Congress starting in January and how, the House has changed party majorities. And so that seems very like, Mars conjunct a Saturn in the 7th of like, no, you can't do what you want now.
Right, because his Saturn's at 9 degrees of Gemini and Mars stations at 8 degrees of Gemini.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So all of that is important. Also important, as we mentioned, is the Mercury retrograde. So Mercury entered its shadow on December 12th. It stations retrograde in Capricorn on the 29th of December. So right at the very end of the year, and it doesn't station direct until the 18th, and then finally leaves its post-retrograde shadow period until February 6th. So we're going to be dealing with some Mercury retrograde things, which is also important since Mars is in Gemini, which is the sign ruled by Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And the two are obviously tied together. They're also in a bi-sign contra Anticia, which gives them a little bit more interaction than they would otherwise have. And it's almost like Mars won't fully be stationed direct until its ruler Mercury is also direct. Chris, you brought up the knife as an ancient symbol for Mars. And, the severing, as I gave an example of a relationship, is not necessarily a happy thing, but knowing where to cut is way better than flailing around with a knife, right? If we're comparing the two.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Flailing around with a knife is a good, just actually metaphor for what we were seeing when Mars stationed retrograde in October and early November with all of the chaos that was happening on Twitter at the time. It'll be interesting to see if some of that doesn't start hopefully calming down or moving in a less crazy and chaotic direction. I mean, one of the things that's also different about January compared to the previous 2 months is we've been going through the tail end of Jupiter in Pisces. But one of the things that's different that we haven't talked about yet, right from the start of 2023, is Jupiter is now out of Pisces and is firmly back in Aries in a Mars-ruled sign. So that's providing part of the context for the entire first 5 months of 2023 as well.
Right. And kind of empowering it to be a little more constructive, since Jupiter is sextile Mars, while Mars is direct and moving through the rest of Gemini for the first 3 months.
Yeah, Jupiter's wanting to confirm that sort of bold martial activity. That's maybe slow to begin, but very decisive. Again, you may not see much. The forward march may seem slow, but there's there's a very decisive, backed by Aldebaran, backed by that big red star. It's a very I don't know. Yeah, it's a very pivotal pivot about face of Mars, definitely going in a direction, and taking resources and taking things with it. Sorry,
yeah,
a little inarticulate, but I'll stick with big old freight train, definitely setting out along a course, slow to begin, but it's hundreds of tons moving in that direction.
Yeah, once it gets inertia, it's moving.
Yeah, and then it has crazy momentum.
Yeah, speed. I mean, that was something we saw last year when we got the initial preview of Jupiter in Aries, is just the speed of events starts to quicken a lot, because that's a major keyword for Aries, is the need for speed, and putting Jupiter in that sign while Mercury and Mars are stationing direct and starting to move forward again. I think we'll see the momentum of things start to pick up really fast in early 2023.
Yeah. Also, something I wanted to mention, that happens just before January starts, is the U.S. gets its exact Pluto return one more time. It'll be close again later in the year, but this is the exact 3 days before the new year. And So that's at 2732 Capricorn. I do also think that's kind of interesting with regard to the new Congress starting. I noticed as Mercury went into its shadow recently and kind of preparing for its upcoming retrograde conjunct Pluto, which is setting off the US Pluto return, there were a number of news stories that seemed really relevant to that. Like there was one about there was like an Oath Keepers list that was leaked, and they found like 300 people who were like current or former DHS employees. There were also like more of Mark Meadows' texts analyzed, and some of them were like Congress people asking him to declare martial law and things like that. So I do think that that's going to be relevant as we start the year for the US in particular, because it is really setting off that exact Pluto return. It'll come back within half a degree when it stations again in September.
Yeah, and as we unfortunately once again head into election season in the US and start to see primaries and everything else pick up, if assuming that happens, depending on the candidates. One good thing is here's a graphic from Archetypal Explorer that's very familiar to us at this point because we've been watching it for like 3 years now, but it's the Saturn-Uranus square, which we got the last final closest pass of go exact in October. But by this point, Saturn and Uranus are really going to start to move apart and gain distance and finish that square that's been off and on for 3 years now. And a lot of that's just the background and some of the technological stuff that we've been talking about recently coming to fruition. But there were also a number of social tensions and different things like that I think we saw with that square that might, at least in terms of that alignment, move a little bit more into the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm pivoting, so you go.
Okay. Yeah. Just a quick, like the Saturn-Uranus square had the two planets whose essential meanings are diametrically opposed. Saturn, order and control, and then Uranus, chaos, freedom, liberation. Like those are not easy to square. And then when they're in a position where where it's very difficult for them not to get in each other's way in a historical period like the one we're just coming out of, the two exaggerate each other, and you have this like you have the back and forth you've had, right, where chaos, too much chaos creates a clamp down of order, which creates how would we put this, like a reactive chaos, which creates reactive order, like that whole thing. Like we're coming out of that. Coming into the Saturn Pisces years where no one's in control.
Yeah, I'll be happy for that to move apart.
Yeah,
just
same.
Let things slide.
I just also wanted to bring forward something that you were mentioning earlier, Austin, which is this Mercury retrograde that's ending in Capricorn. Like all of the Mercury retrogrades this year are in Earth signs, except the last one starts to tease us into the fire sign Mercury retrogrades. So that's something that you can potentially even include in your New Year's resoluting if you want to, is keeping in mind that Mercury will be retracing and editing stuff in your Earth houses.
Right. And it makes so much sense just historically, like all this shit has happened over the last several years. It's time to rethink solid things. Like, it's like, okay, not to beat this to death, but like, okay, what about food? What about food? What about energy? What about like the basics? Right.
Yeah, for sure. And also worth mentioning, Mercury stations retrograde conjunct Pluto as well as Venus. And every time we've seen like Mercury stationing retrograde in a hard aspect with Pluto over the past few years, we've seen some disclosures come to light, like disclosures of hidden things that are going on behind the scenes. So that may be a theme of this first Mercury retrograde of the year as well.
Right.
Yeah,
disclosures. Totally. And also, it's finishing up the latter part of Pluto in Capricorn. So it's setting that off for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes that's been like financial disclosures of like what major billionaires are doing or where they're moving around money. Other times it's been stuff with the government. It'll be interesting to see what this one is about. So I think that might be good for January. Shall we move to February?
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to do, you have an electional chart for January you need to do?
Thank you for remembering that.
You.
We actually have a very fine electional chart towards the end of January. Once Mercury stations direct and starts moving forward again, so that we get it in just after that retrograde period. So here's our electional chart for January. It's set for January 25th, 2023 at about 7:20 a.m. local time. So set it for about 7:20 a.m. local time in your city, and then adjust the ascendant until the ascendant is at about 5 or 6 degrees of Aquarius. And that will give you a chart where the sun is right on the ascendant, having just risen over the eastern horizon at the time of the election. So the election has Aquarius rising with Saturn in its own domicile of Aquarius in the first whole sign house in a day chart, conjunct Venus. So this is actually a Saturn election. And one of the reasons we're recommending is because it's one of the last great Saturn elections you can get in this entire 6-year period where Saturn has been transiting through its own signs. So it's going to be almost a full 30-year cycle before you can get any amazing Saturn elections, at least in its own domicile again, like this. So the chart features the moon in the later part of Pisces, and it's applying to an out of sign conjunction with Jupiter in early Aries. So it's a pretty solid chart for Saturn things, for Aquarius things, which can be good with technology, communication, things that are slow to start up, but then eventually have a pretty solid foundation once they get moving.
And staying power.
Yes. Longevity.
Yeah. What are some of the other good points about this chart that we picked out, Leisa?
Do you want to pull it back up? Yeah. Well, I really like that Mars is now direct, which it hasn't been for a bit. So you can use that Mars direct sextile Jupiter. Jupiter's in the overcoming sextile to Mars with reception. So I really like that in terms of things getting going, like we were talking about. It's towards the end of the month. And so Mars is actually starting to move a bit after its station. Then let's see what else. As you said, just one of the last times that you can use Saturn in its own sign in a day chart before that moves on. Jupiter's in the 3rd house, so good for things involving communications, particularly sort of rapid communications, efficient communications with that sextile to Mars, and things involving neighbors or siblings, immediate neighborhood, and so forth.
Yeah. And the last thing I like about it is even though it's Saturn in the 1st house election, having Venus there is going to help to smooth over the aesthetic of anything that you start at this time and make it just a little bit more aesthetically appealing and a little bit sleeker, which is kind of nice in terms of Saturn elections because you can't always get that. So that is our major electional chart, our primary electional chart that we recommend for January. We're going to record and release our January Auspicious Elections podcast here in the next week, where we're going to go through and pick out at least 3 or 4 other auspicious electional charts for January. And that's something that we do each month for people who sign up to support the podcast through our page on Patreon. So you can get access to that podcast at theastrologypodcast.com/elections to learn more about it. And Leisa and I also recently launched our 2023 year ahead electional astrology report, where we went through each of the next 12 months and we picked out the single most auspicious or lucky electional date that we could find for every month of 2023.
So really good for planning ahead if you want to plan ahead your year, decide things to launch in September or the summer or what have you. We found, I think, pretty much a good election for most planets to feature each planet throughout the year. And I think that's it.
Yeah. So people can find out more information about that at theastrologypodcast.com/2023 report. And we're actually we're running a discount through the end of December until January 1st, where you can get a 15% discount on the report if you use the promo code Jupiter during checkout. So check that out for more information. All right. Shall we move on to February?
Yes.
Slowly, right. like Mars pulling out of the station,
Very slowly.
Gaining speed.
Well, thankfully and luckily for us, February is not one of the more explosive or exciting or dynamic months. I don't think there's a lot of major alignments this month. The primary things worth mentioning are there is a full moon in Leo on the 5th of February, Mercury finally gets out of Capricorn after its extended trip through that sign due to the retrograde, and it moves into Aquarius on the 11th of February. Then we get a dazzling looking Venus-Neptune conjunction on the 15th, followed by a little bit more sober Sun-Saturn conjunction on the 16th. The Sun moves into Pisces on the 18th, as it does around this time every year. And then we actually get a new moon shortly after that in Pisces on the 20th, the same day that Venus moves into Aries. So those are some of the major things about February. Are there any major notable things about this that we want to dwell on?
There's a weird Valentine's Day. Mm-hmm. Valentine's Day is features the moon opposite Mars that evening, at least in the US time zones. So moon opposite Mars. And then we go to Venus-Neptune conjunction exact the next day. But the day after that is the, the Sun-Saturn? Yeah, mm-hmm. The Sun-Saturn conjunction. And so they're both really in effect. All three of those are in effect, not that Valentine's Day is the most important thing, but it's, some people will celebrate it. So it's just a conglomerate of sort of disparate energies. The mm-hmm. Venus-Neptune is very, sort of over the top love, boundless love, but then not necessarily fully realistic. It's let's see what happens the day after. And the day after is the Sun-Saturn conjunction. And so that's the whole bucket of reality. So, right. I mean, it could be really... Go ahead. Good.
I was going to say it just sounds like a situationship rather than a relationship.
Yeah. I mean, it could be really great if you're already in a positive committed relationship, because then you got the positive Sun-Saturn, and then you can go over the top with the Venus-Neptune. But mm-hmm. and the Moon-Mars opposition could be a little conflictual then.
Spicy.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there's a definite tension or interesting dynamic, though, between the realism of Sun and Saturn and the practicality of that versus the romantic idealism, especially of that conjunction being in Pisces in, mm-hmm. The sign of Venus's exaltation with Neptune.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another sort of facet of February is that we see with that Sun-Saturn conjunction and also with the Sun square to Uranus and Taurus, we really have the last gasp of the Saturn-Uranus square that we've been living mm-hmm. under for 3 years. Mm-hmm. And it has really characterized the dynamic, the sort of background dynamic. And so this reactivates it a little bit. It's one last activation. It's not as intense as the activations that we had in 2022, but it's sort of the Saturn-Uranus square's last chance to show us anything. If it left anything out.
Right.
Look at that Leo lunation, that Leo full moon.
Yeah, mm-hmm. and the full moon, makes it very obvious.
Yeah, so the full moon, for those listening to the audio version, is at 16 degrees of Leo, and that's very closely squaring Uranus at 15 degrees of Taurus. So there's a little bit of an unpredictability to that Leo full moon on February 5th.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm also thinking about that Sun-Saturn conjunction. This is the last Sun-Saturn conjunction in a Saturn sign for, a hefty amount of time.
Right.
So there is something about if you, over the past, whether it's just while Saturn's been in Aquarius or the entire time Saturn's been in Saturn signs, the potential of deliberately cohering, kind of wrapping up for yourself, some of those Saturn efforts that you may or may not have been doing intentionally.
And it may be it may end up being a little retrospective too. Mm-hmm. You'd be like, oh, this period's coming to an end. Oh yeah. I endured that. I managed that. That didn't go so well, but at the end of Saturn at the end of one of the signs, there's always a feeling of okay, this thing is ending, even if you're not mm-hmm. watching astrology.
Yeah. And there's something about the idea of a reality check that's not so much about a forced disillusionment, but an assessment of what's real, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. It has the potential of being very constructive rather than womp womp. Right.
Well, it's like an inspection where you're okay, mm-hmm. looks like the foundation's cracked over here. This wall held up really well. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. Because the entire theme that you first came up with, Austin, I think last year with the Saturn Uranus, one of the biggest themes that just kept coming up over and over was stress testing and shaking something. And if it was built on a solid foundation, it would survive it after a little bit of disarray, but those things that didn't have a solid foundation just crumbled and collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So looking, maybe looking over some wreckage, but also looking at, what made it through, right? Because it says something about, whatever part of your chart Aquarius is, whatever made it through there, right? Still standing, has some pretty serious endurance.
Right.
Thinking about my Aquarius rising, I don't know if I have that much endurance, but I made it through, and I'm looking forward. I made it. Well, okay.
You endured quite a bit.
Yeah. With I can't believe how well that lined up. Just with like what they say about Saturn going through the first house and health issues, getting COVID like right at the beginning of that when Saturn moved into Aquarius, and then hoping that would be a short-term thing, but then it just turning into a long-term chronic sort of illness since that time. Definitely looking forward to Saturn departing and moving into Pisces. All right. I think that's good for February then. Why don't we keep moving on briskly to the next month, which is March. And this is one of the big months where things start getting serious. One of my favorite aspects, actually, it was almost my favorite aspect of February, but it doesn't complete until March 2nd, is the Venus-Jupiter conjunction that goes exact on the 2nd of March. And that is the same day that Mercury moves into Pisces. Then a few days later, on the 7th, we get Saturn departing from Aquarius, thankfully moving into Pisces for the next 3 years. So this is a long-term transit that's going to last until 2026. And interestingly, that day also happens to be a lunation where we get a full moon in the sign of Virgo, also on the 7th of March. So the following week, we get a Sun-Neptune conjunction on the 15th. Venus moves into Taurus on the 17th. There's a Sun-Mercury conjunction on the 17th. Mercury and the Sun move into Aries on the 19th and 20th. Then we get a new moon in Aries. Then a little planet called Pluto waltzes into Aquarius on the 23rd, which means those of us with Aquarius placements get an approximately 1 or 2 week break before major outer planet transits happen through that sign. Then Mars moves into Cancer on the 25th. Mercury conjoins Jupiter on the 28th, and Venus conjoins Uranus on the 30th. So March is a big month.
It's incredibly dynamic. There's just so many changes happening.
Yeah. So huge shift of Saturn leaving the fixed signs, Pluto moving into the fixed signs, and then Saturn moving into Pisces, and Mars leaving Gemini, leaving the mutable signs alone. So there's this really interesting mutable sign shift where it's like a wrestling match where Mars departs from the mutable signs, but then taps in Saturn, and Saturn goes into Pisces, then sitting with the mutable signs for the next 3 years.
Right. It's really when the newness starts of the new year, I feel like the first 2+ months is just going back over old ground. But then there's all sorts of newness in March. And I feel like it's really interesting that the month starts out with that Venus-Jupiter conjunction in Aries, because there's such a strong push towards new initiating. And we can finally kind of use that Jupiter in Aries to be even more initiating once all the old transits are kind of moving on.
Which is fascinating because the ancient... in the medieval and especially amongst the Persian astrologers, the new year started with that first, started in March, basically, with the Aries ingress and the annual ingress of the sun into Aries as the start of the solar return year for the world.
Right.
Yeah, and our Aries ingress day is particularly interesting this year because we have a new moon within, I think, an hour or two of the sun's ingress into Aries. The moon catches the sun, and so we have a new moon at 0 degrees Aries.
Which also means we'll have a new moon at 29 Aries in April, which is not part of this quarter, but I think it's one of the most, I'm just extraordinarily fascinated by it because it's kind of a reverse blue moon. It's instead of 2 full moons in a zodiacal season, we're getting 2 new moons. And yeah, I'm fascinated. I'm very excited to see what that shapes up to be.
Well, and we'll get to this next month, but the second one is an eclipse in Aries.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. So major Aries energy going on here, major shifts and new beginnings in the month of March.
Yeah, that, we have the Venus-Jupiter. So Venus-Jupiter conjunctions are good for doing new things, but they also, Venus-Jupiter is also when you get rewards are distributed for previous actions. The arc between them is how you get the lot of praise and commendation. Right. It's basically like the cash prizes and trophies. And so, of course, during a Venus-Jupiter conjunction, when it's perfect, that lot is always conjunct the ascendant. And so, what are people getting praised for, right? Like being bold, making the right calls under fire, like martial stuff, more like initiating boldness, pioneering, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's funny because it's both a good time to start things like that, as well as a time where past actions that fit the criteria are rewarded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's also this time period. One of the things I've been thinking about with March specifically is like right around the middle of the month. I'm calling it the Ides of March because it's the Ides of March, but there's a beware feeling there where we have the Mercury-Neptune conjunction followed by a Sun square Mars, followed by Venus square Pluto, followed by Mercury square Mars, followed by that Mercury Cazimi, like all in that center section of March.
Yeah, look at it right here. It's all at 25 Pisces and Gemini.
Yeah,
on March 16th-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So it's for the audio listeners. It's Mercury reaches 25 Pisces and conjoins Neptune at 25 Pisces and conjoins the Sun at 25 Pisces, and Mars just happens to be at 25 Gemini at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, Venus and Pluto are squaring each other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And also, even outside of all of that extra stuff, it's also just the third Mars-Neptune square. And those have been really interesting. It was the retrograde Mars-Neptune square where we saw the FTX scandal and a bunch of other Neptune bubbles got wrecked. Right. And so, I mean, it's maybe hard to believe that any bubbles would remain unpopped. But just in case there are, right, we have a third pass of Mars against that. And as you all pointed out, this one, in this case, it's hyper emphasized with the Sun and Mercury and all the other kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like there's almost like this is the last chance to sort of reveal what was going on that may have been murky before with the Mars-Neptune square, because it's the third and last time. It's also right when Mars is leaving its shadow, just that little bit of the end of Gemini before it moves signs. So it's kind of like, I don't know, just like throwing the curtains back of like, if you missed something before, here's the last chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still referring back to something from probably the October timeframe when Mars first was passing over those degrees. But individually, I mean, just delineating some of those pieces, it's like Mercury square Mars is like arguments, discord and communication, sometimes like bad language or offensive language. Then we also get Mercury Neptune conjunction, which is like unclear communication or sometimes outright lies or deception. Mm-hmm. What are some of our other keywords for this constellation?
Well, one thing about the Mars-Neptune square, my partner and I were talking about this, and he brought up the concept of the fog of war.
Yeah.
As a relevant thematic. And when we're adding in Mercury and the Sun alongside that Neptune, I feel like I'm thinking in terms of code breaking, right? Mm-hmm. Like aggressive breaking through other people's methods of communication for warlike reasons, like that kind of thing is kind of coming up for me.
Yeah. And there's been a lot kind of talked about with information warfare, I feel like, since Mars has gone into Gemini. So it really ties into what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's also just going to be kind of messy and confusion. There may be like some very clear glimpses in the midst of the fog. But one thing I was going to say is just Mercury's kind of trashed for the first 2/3 of the month. Like it's copresent with Saturn, it's combust, it's in its fall, it's with Neptune. The logistics situation with Mercury is not great for, until, what is it, the 21st? When does Mercury move into Aries? 20th? 19th?
19th. By the 19th, yeah.
Yeah, so first 2.5 weeks. Not great for Mercury. the intelligence reports not coming back with good data or with accurate data.
Yeah.
Communication fumbles also, trying to say something spicy, but like getting booed off stage instead.
Right.
And then also, because I mentioned this earlier, but just the Mars-Neptune square previously coincided with that period right after Elon Musk took over Twitter. And then all of a sudden he changed the verification system, which is what allowed people to distinguish like actual accounts from fake accounts. And then all of a sudden a bunch of people created fake accounts impersonating just thousands of different people and companies and used that in order to just like wreak havoc and say things that were not what the creators of that account would want them to say in various ways.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. So and that's like, a week and a half after Saturn's ingress into Pisces. And then it's the next week we get, is it the 23rd that Pluto moves into Aquarius?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So, it's, I think invoking the trepidation around the Ides is quite appropriate, Diana. Like it's just chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
That is such a chaotic thing. One thing I was thinking about also with Pluto going into Aquarius is like, we've also never had just a disappearance on a wide scale of technology. And at some point, if disruptions to certain things like the internet could be a thing of just that people become aware of at different points. And it was something I meant to mention with Pluto and Aquarius as a potential at some point there, because that would be consistent with the archetype as well.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
And it's also just going to be, the area of Aquarius, it has so much action in the last few years. So we've had, the Mars-Saturn conjunction at the beginning of Aquarius. We had Jupiter-Saturn conjunction at the beginning of Aquarius. And Saturn then just for several years. And so Pluto just dipping in and then stationing, which we'll get to. It's like a deepening of an area that's already, you've done a lot of work on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a deepening, excavating. You already thought you worked on this area, but there's going to be more.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, thick signs.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, we won't get all of it, but you're going to get a little taste of like whatever house Aquarius is for you. It's like
it's just 2 months.
Right. It'll start to build the little tunnels underground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So that gets us towards later part of March. We get a lovely Mercury-Jupiter conjunction there around March 27th and 28th, which should be much more positive for communication, especially direct, bold, relatively quick, or potentially like brusque communication, but affirming something.
Yeah, triumphant, triumphal language.
Yeah. At the same time, at the very end of March, we get also lovely Venus-Uranus conjunction in Taurus, which can have kind of an exciting or electric effect in terms of relationships and one-on-one relationships with other people.
Mm-hmm. And that's at the same degree as the Uranus eclipse from November 7th. So it's pinging an eclipse degree or an eclipse degree. It's not just a Venus-Uranus conjunction.
Okay, nice. And that pretty much closes out the month of April or the month of March.
Well, there's Mars moving into Cancer.
And there's also the third of 3 Mars-Saturn trines, the previous 2 happening in Gemini Aquarius, but the last one happening in Cancer Pisces, which I think is really interesting.
Okay, I like that. So here's Mars departing and moving from Gemini into Cancer on the 24th and 25th. And then right after that, we get a very stabilizing and affirming trine between Mars and Saturn. It looks like on the 29th and 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this really marks Mars's resumption of normal movement, where it'll be a month and a half-ish for each sign. We're done with the 8 months in a row of one sign. And Mars in Cancer isn't a particularly glorious phase for Mars, but it's sort of back to normal. Like Mars in Cancer can, a lot of times as a transiting influence gives kind of a sullen and sometimes I don't like demotivating sort of energy. But it's not the same sort of dramatic, chaos inspiring, like nail bomb throwing Mercury retrograde in Gemini that we were going through.
Yeah. One of the keywords that came up with me with that that Mars retrograde was shooting yourself in the foot. Was like a Mars stationing in Gemini thing. All right, we're back after a brief break. Let's transition to talking about the second quarter of the year at this point, starting with the month of April. All right, top of the month, Mercury goes into Taurus on the 3rd. We've got a full moon in Libra on the 6th. Venus goes into Gemini on the 11th, and the same day there's a Sun-Jupiter conjunction, which is pretty nice. Then we get our second lunation of the month, which is actually a solar eclipse in the sign of Aries on the 20th of April. And then the sun moves into Taurus the same day. Then the next day, we have Mercury stationing retrograde in the beginning of technically our second retrograde Mercury of the year, starting on the 21st of April. So that is the major stuff. So at this point, we get into eclipse season. Is that our starting point? Is the biggest thing of the month?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
right,
it's,
so,
I mean, that's not until 2/3 the way through the month. It's the sun in Aries and it's with Jupiter. We get our Sun-Jupiter conjunction. And we also have a continuation of some of that like triumphal, bold, bombastic stuff that we saw earlier, that we really have seen notes of throughout the year since its beginning, since Jupiter's return to Aries. And a nice consuming moment between the sun and Jupiter. But the sun and Jupiter's conjunction is also, it's a period where Jupiter is invisible, and it's a rethinking and a reflecting on the Jupiter cycle. It's much more a let's look back at how Jupiter and Aries went moment and start imagining what we might be trying to do for the next Jupiter cycle, right? Because the Sun Jupiter is a year cycle. And that leads into our first eclipse, which is also the first eclipse on the Aries-Libra axis. Right. So we get, as Diana mentioned not long ago, we have two new moons in Aries, one in the first degree, one in the last, and the one in the last degree is actually, it's a hybrid eclipse, which I didn't know what that meant, which means that at some points it looks like an annular and others it looks like a total eclipse, but it's a very serious solar eclipse. And for those who can view it it's like Oceania, a little bit of like, I think, southern Thailand and a lot of northern Australia, it'll look like a full-on eclipse. It's not just a little stain on the sun, right? Like there's a serious blotting out.
Yeah. So right there at 29 degrees of Aries. And I'm going to put up the eclipse chart that Paula Bellomini, who did most of the graphics for this episode. So shout out to Paula as always, our superhero in the graphics department. So this is the eclipse sheet for 2023. And we can see that first eclipse taking place on April 20th at 29 degrees of Aries. It's going to be followed in May by a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio. Then later in the year, we get a Libra eclipse in October, followed by a Taurus eclipse. So what's happening at this point is that the nodes are going to shift signs over the summer in July. And as a result of that, all of 2022, the eclipses were taking place in Scorpio and Taurus. So we were seeing major beginnings and major endings happening in the Scorpio-Taurus axis. But now that axis is going to start to shift at this point in 2023 and move more into the Aries-Libra axis at this point.
And it's a very ombre effect into the next set of eclipses, because I know that historically, oftentimes we only just get one sort of blend eclipse season, and then we're fully into the next axis. But here, both eclipse seasons are that blend of going from Scorpio Taurus into Aries Libra, which is super interesting. And then I feel like it makes sense to say this now, since we're already talking eclipse seasons. One thing that I'm finding super interesting about this year's eclipse seasons is that the first pair are Mars ruled with Mars in Cancer. The second pair is Venus ruled with Venus in Virgo. And we are switching the axis from one Mars-Venus axis to another Mars-Venus axis. So there's real undercurrent of the Mars-Venus dynamic in the eclipses this year.
For sure.
in this March, April, there's just a lot of growth going on in the Aries area of everyone's chart, because there's a Venus-Jupiter conjunction at the beginning of March. And then there's the Sun-Jupiter conjunction mid-April. And then there's a new, a solar eclipse, but it's on the North Node side. So it's just like growth and growth in this area.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was doing the last week, I recorded year ahead horoscopes for all 12 rising signs. I just noted how much having the eclipses in two pairs of signs this year is really just going to be activating two different axes in the chart in terms of those houses that are opposite to each other. And it's going to be, on the one hand, wrapping up the themes of the Taurus-Scorpio eclipses and bringing that period of major endings and major beginnings to completion, while opening up like a whole new area of major beginnings and endings, starting with this very first eclipse in Aries. And then that's going to carry through into 2024, like a whole sequence of events that'll keep happening in 6-month increments. So, trying to think if there's anything else about this eclipse that we really wanted to mention. We'll come back to it, of course, next month when we continue and we get our second eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, what's one thing that's really significant is that Mercury stations retrograde conjunct Uranus the next day. And then the sun enters Taurus the next day. And then by the time we get to the next eclipse, really the end of April and the first half of May are really a very discrete thing. Like the first half of April kind of doesn't have anything to do with this. But once we get to the 19th of April, and then until we're basically 15th of May, it's eclipse time with a Mercury retrograde in the same sign or on the same sign polarity as the eclipse, and Jupiter enters Taurus, where the North Node is and where Mercury is retrograding. It's almost like a hangover of the Taurus action that we've been having for the last couple of years. It's very like disruptive, reorganizing emphasis on that same area. And so we're probably going to see some of the same issue with like logistics and shipping and supplies and shortages, but the next version of that.
Yeah. The last Mercury retrograde that stationed retrograde conjunct Pluto at the end of December had this quality of like disclosing things which were hidden or getting to the bottom of something. This Mercury retrograde conjunct Uranus has that more classic technological things on the fritz, unexpected communications and disruptions, and just the curveball that sort of comes out of nowhere type energy. Yeah, which already complements, because that was something you've always said, Austin, about the chaotic quality of eclipses, and that was really, really evident to me in that last pair of eclipses that occurred in Taurus-Scorpio in October and November.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they just churn things up. They do get things moving, but often not along their planned routes. But all this stuff for like 2-3 weeks just all kind of works together. And we were talking, or Leisa, you said something earlier about again the change, like the capacity for change in Taurus. And now this is all the same. This is a very similar set of activations for Uranus and Taurus, but without Saturn standing in the way.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Probably a big month for Tauruses and Taurus planets.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So that Mercury retrograde begins right there around April 20th. And then Mercury is walking backwards through that sign for the remainder of the month. And it just reaches the halfway point of the retrograde cycle and conjoins the sun. It looks like on the first day of the next month on May 1st.
Yep.
Back to the alignments calendar. Month of May, very first of the month, as I said, we get the Sun-Mercury conjunction in the middle of that marks the middle point and usually the turning point of the Mercury retrograde, where things start to take a turn for the better, and the things that were thrown up in the air at the beginning of the retrograde start to move towards at least some sort of resolution. Interestingly, on the very same day, we have Pluto stationing retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. So it's going to begin to make its way back into Capricorn after this point. Then a few days later, on the 5th of May, we get our next eclipse, which is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio on May 5th. 2 days later, on the 7th, Venus goes into Cancer. Then we get a Sun-Uranus conjunction on the 9th. Mercury stations direct on the 14th of May. Then Jupiter departs from Aries and moves into Taurus for the rest of the year on May 16th. Jupiter squares Pluto on the 17th. We get a new moon in the sign of Taurus, which is interestingly not an eclipse for the first time in a little while at this point on the 19th. Then Mars moves into Leo on the 20th and immediately opposes Pluto in Aquarius the same day. The Sun moves into Gemini on the 21st, and then Mars squares Jupiter on the 23rd. So May sees the continuation of some pretty big shifts and some pretty big changes, it seems like, as we continue and get the second half of eclipse season.
Yeah, there's so much that gets rearranged in May, or the end of April, and then really well into the first half of May. It's a lot of, in Taurus, it's a lot of like substantial things being rearranged. It's not just ideas being rearranged or color palettes. It's, large things like planets, but also heavy and substantial things down here on Earth.
Yeah, it looks like this Taurus, the Scorpio eclipse on the 5th is at 14 degrees of Scorpio, which is really close to that previous Taurus eclipse that took place in November, which was at like 16 Taurus, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Uranus eclipse.
Yeah, so people with like the middle degrees of the fixed signs, especially in Taurus and Scorpio, it's like reactivating something from November. Mm-hmm. But on the interesting and sort of positive side, that's the final eclipse in Scorpio. And after this point, the eclipse series is essentially finished and is brought to completion. We do get one more eclipse in Taurus later in the year, but there's no more after this like year-long period of eclipses in Scorpio. It's over at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of a like, leave Brittany alone, leave fixed signs alone bit from this year, because it's like, oh, well, Saturn's finally gone and you're not going to have to deal with this anymore. But this is one of a couple pretty major things that happens in fixed signs this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in our overview, we sort of wanted to say that there's a shift away from fixed signs, and that, a lot of the heavy stuff moves on to the mutable or the cardinal signs, since the eclipses are moving into cardinal signs and Saturn's moving into Pisces and into the mutable signs. But it's like there's still a lot of lingering fixed sign stuff with Pluto going to Aquarius and the continuation of these like lingering Scorpio and Taurus eclipses taking place in that axis.
Right.
Yeah,
with this being the last Scorpio eclipse in that sign, and also on the South Node side, it just feels really like what is very and truly dead and just gone.
Yeah,
it's the last one.
Taking the last bag of clothes to the thrift store after the KonMari process.
Yes.
Only it smells really bad, so maybe you're actually taking it to the dumpster and
they're
not the
like
thrift
moldy
store.
old clothes.
Yeah, attacking the last disgusting corner of the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, good times. All right, so going back to the animated chart,
that Jupiter ingress is, I feel like, is one of the most major things of this month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to bring some relief for fixed signs, aside from the unfortunate immediate after that, like square with Pluto, and then Mars ingressing into Leo, creating a kind of a tense T-square between Jupiter, Mars, and Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
And Jupiter will be conjoined Rahu, or the North Node, for that first bit. Yeah,
okay.
But Jupiter's going to hang out in Taurus and try to help and stabilize things long past Mars's time squaring it. The North Node is going to leave within a few months and go into Aries. Like Jupiter won't immediately arrive as a savior with all the answers, but give it 8 months and you'll see significant improvement in those areas.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What was the Beirut explosion? Wasn't that a Mars-Jupiter square?
I think it was a Mars-Jupiter something.
Like a couple of years ago. Because I'm trying to think about keywords for Mars square Jupiter, But then when you also have like Pluto magnifying it,
Right.
because Mars itself can be like an explosion or like gunfire, but Jupiter usually makes things bigger or more expansive, and then Pluto also has that quality of taking something small and making it bigger.
For some reason, I'm thinking wildfires,
Mm.
or especially like Jupiter and Taurus. I think a lot about forests specifically as a location with Jupiter and Taurus, and with Mars in Leo. I don't know, just like something about people thinking that they're not doing anything major, and then Pluto comes in, like Pluto being maybe Pluto in Aquarius, like a unexpected bout of wind coming in and increasing things.
Yeah, or with Mars, Mars North Node, Jupiter, Pluto, like could be a big attack, like it looks decidedly destructive.
Mm-hmm.
Austin, you mentioned the North Node being conjunct Jupiter, and I just remember how, at least in the medieval tradition, they talk about the North Node increasing whatever it touches. So it's said to sometimes be good with the benefics because it's theoretically increasing their beneficence. But I know there's some debate about whether that's a good or bad thing, because it may just be making it even larger, making Jupiter even bigger, whatever Jupiter is signifying.
So in the Vedic tradition that I have some education in, Jupiter, like that Jupiter North Node might be good for money, but it would not be good for happiness. One of the things that we look at from that angle is how the North Node and Jupiter disagree quite a bit about sort of spirituality and compassion and like a big perspective. Like that is not what the North Node is there for. Like the Rahu doesn't like the churchy kumbaya part of Jupiter, but is fine with the let's get rich part of Jupiter. So it's helpful in some ways, but also negative in others. There is, by the way, a funny section in Ficino where he calls out these texts that think that Jupiter and the North Node is such a great thing. And he literally compares the North Node, the head of the dragon, to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. He's like, listen, putting Satan on top of Jupiter is not going to give you better results, which I thought was pretty funny.
That is funny. Well, so that's a bit of a tense and rocky start to Jupiter's ingress into Taurus, but otherwise, once we get past that point, as we go into future weeks, I think we'll still see some more positive manifestations of that placement, especially since Jupiter is now moving into like a fresh new spot in the zodiac that we haven't seen anytime in recent years, until 12 years prior. So Jupiter also at this point is going to be ingressing into a new whole sign house for everybody in their birth charts. So paying attention to what house Jupiter is moving into as a potential area of growth and expansion over the course of the next, especially the second half of this year.
And I really I can't remember if I already said this or not earlier in the overview, but I really like the Saturn and Pisces once Jupiter gets into Taurus, because it's this nice supportive sextile, and not just a sextile in general, but, because Saturn can see its ruler then, as opposed to Jupiter being in Aries. And it's also just such a tangible sign. It's earthy. It has foundation. I feel like that'll help kind of counterbalance all of the Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces. It puts some ground underneath the dreaming.
Yeah, it makes the ocean floor more palpable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, finally, I like this second lunation of the month, which occurs around the same time, the new moon in Taurus, only in so much as this is going to be the first time that the fixed signs have a new moon there in Taurus that's not an eclipse. And I've just seen in recent years what happens when you get those that year and a half period where you're just getting eclipses in a certain sign back to back in 6-month increments. And it's just throwing everything up in the air and indicating these major changes and shifts in that sphere of the chart. But then you eventually get that first month or that first year where lunations start going back to normal and things just kind of slow down a little bit in that sign. And I think that's a little bit helpful here, in addition to Jupiter moving into that sign at the same time and kind of smoothing things over after a somewhat rocky year for Taurus.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's been more than a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, since what was it? It was late 2021, November of 2021. I think that was the lunar eclipse in Taurus that started it all, right?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
So help is coming for Taurus, but slowly, which is maybe very appropriate.
Yeah. And Uranus will still be there. So it'll be better, but not maybe back to the perpetual sturdiness that you might prefer.
Yeah. But it's at least, it's like help. You can, just managing Uranus is a lot easier than managing Uranus, square Saturn, and both the nodes, right? Like,
yes.
One problem at a time.
Yeah.
Right. I do think this will change the pace a bit too, because even though Jupiter is co-present with Uranus, it's still moving out of Aries and moving out of those transits, which is very fast paced, very rapid fire Mars, and moving into Taurus. And Jupiter in Taurus is more slow growth, though it will be a little bit quicker paced once Jupiter gets closer by degree to Uranus. But I think overall that sign shift right there mid-month should start kind of slowing things down a little bit and giving you kind of like more, slower paced, kind of like moving at your own pace rather than moving at the speed of events.
Yeah.
And we already mentioned the Jupiter-Pluto thing, so maybe we don't have to repeat it, but just that we noticed distinctly like a major transfer of wealth and like ideas of wealth sort of exploding back when Jupiter conjoined Pluto in 2020.
Yeah. And the perspective from the opening square here being potentially more proletarian in some way.
Right. And, at the beginning of the month when Pluto stations, that'll be the very first station in Aquarius. And I always really like to pay attention to the first planetary station when something moves into a new sign, because it'll just start expressing itself a lot more.
Yeah, there's an intensification of whatever it is that planet and that transit signifies.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little bit like high tide, where the waves will then, even though it's going to pull back from there, the waves will leave behind a little artifact of what Pluto in Aquarius is and does and will be when it comes back.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Over the past 3 years, a lot of the discussion of Saturn and Aquarius has been about sometimes like censorship on the internet and what's okay to say, or like what boundaries there should be put on free speech on the internet. And it keeps going back and forth about different levels of that and ways to approach it. I think that this Pluto station in Aquarius will be really important in terms of that as we move into the next phase of, social media and everything else, and the way that influences society in different ways, as well as society's attempt to counter or influence the influence of social media itself. So, in the previous stage, it was about putting rules and restrictions on it with Saturn. In this instance, like Pluto's always about like control and manipulation. So I'm assuming it's going to move more in that direction of different attempts by different power players to control and manipulate social media or through social media in some way.
Yeah, it's making me think about how social media, like so many of the apps have been very, very deliberately built to generate addictive behaviors, like addictive relationships with those apps. And what does it mean to, in an Aquarian Plutonic way, apply that to behavior outside of the apps more intensely?
Pluto, and if we're thinking about Pluto, like Pluto is already a planet that has to do with like compulsion and sometimes obsession or addiction. So thinking about that going into a sign associated perhaps with the internet or social media, it doesn't seem like that would lessen that tendency.
No.
Well, we do have, like we talked about earlier, Pluto likes to expose the like rotten, morally or otherwise underbelly of things. And if it's going into tech land, there's a tremendous amount to be exposed.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I'm thinking about that that documentary that I wish had been even like that had been better than it was. What was it? The Social Dilemma? No.
Something like that.
Is that what it was called? The social media one? The social media one? Yeah. But just thinking about with like the exodus of people from Twitter, both forcibly and in part by choice, like what stories will be emerging around backdrop stuff where it's like, I can't even get a job in tech, so I'm not going to work in tech. So now I'm going to say the stuff that if I had said it before would have prevented me from getting jobs in tech.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, and I think that's really smart because it's not just Twitter that is shedding employees. Facebook laid off a huge number. Like that's,
Right. The contraction of tech has definitely been a Saturn and Aquarius thing recently, but also to frame the Twitter thing in a different way, thinking about Pluto and Aquarius, like literally the richest man in the world just bought one of the biggest social media platforms and is now in control of it and is calling the shots on a day-to-day basis. So even just like that existing, whatever one's opinion is of that, positive or negative, is like an objective reality now, which is really interesting to think about in terms of that symbolism of Pluto and Aquarius.
Absolutely. And, it's also interesting to think about all of these transits with reference to Neptune and Aquarius, the original like ideal of the internet and the ideal of social media. And like, we don't need any walls, we just need all the people together and everything will be great. And so Saturn's been importing more rules and regulations in that area. And now I think Pluto's like, what was rotten about that dream? Not to say that everything was, but I think the aspects that were, or you weren't aware that were, will be revealed more.
It's also interesting thinking about how like Elon's purchase of Twitter happened in these last gasps of Pluto and Capricorn. Yes. And so thinking of it more as someone with totally incomprehensible amount of resources using that to acquire infrastructure. Whereas when Pluto enters Aquarius, thinking less about a single person owning and more of the disseminated, like, how many less centralized little social networks have emerged even just since Musk's purchase of Twitter, whether or not they're functional, and how much more of that decentralization might occur in response to these things as time progresses.
Right.
Yeah. And that was his purchase was like right on that eclipse in Scorpio, which was really so striking. There's also like recently, I don't know if they're going to do it or if this is even possible, but Congress is talking about trying to ban TikTok in the US, which is interesting because it's like whatever their concerns are that a different country has, that China has ability to influence like entire generation, because TikTok skews much younger. So it's interesting to think about Pluto in terms of generations, like entire generations of people, and social media having the ability to influence generations, with like Facebook being typically older people or skews older people. Twitter was more middle-aged at a certain point, and then TikTok skewing younger, and just the different attempts to control or manipulate or influence that in different ways.
Right. Yeah, since Pluto is often about power dynamics or fear of what power dynamics might be.
Right. Yeah. Even to the point of like paranoia sometimes, but other times like well-founded paranoia about influence and control and manipulation and power plays. All right. Well, that's our that's April. That's April. So,
that was May.
That was May.
Okay.
That was May.
I misspoke. April, May. All right. Let's transition into June, shall we? All right. Here's the planetary alignments calendar for June. Full moon in Sagittarius on the 3rd, Mercury conjunct Uranus on the 4th. Venus moves into Leo and begins the run up to the Venus retrograde period on the 5th of June. Then we get Pluto retrograding back into Capricorn on the 11th. The same day, Mercury moves into Gemini. Saturn stations retrograde in Pisces on the 17th and gets as far into Pisces as it's going to get during this run. Then we get a new moon in Gemini on the 18th. Sun moves into Cancer on the 21st. Mercury into Cancer on the 26th. And then Neptune stations retrograde on the 30th of June. So here we get the onset, what I like to think of as the beginning of the Venus retrograde, because I think of the Venus retrograde as one long extended transit through Leo, basically activating a certain whole sign house in a person's chart and activating a certain sector of a person's chart. So even though it doesn't go retrograde technically in this phase, I feel like we get the sort of onset or the sequence of events that will lead to the retrograde and become intensified then, starting to be put into place at this point during most of June.
Yeah, we get the lead up, and it's a rowdy lead up, because as soon as Venus enters Leo, Mars is there, and Venus is co-present with Mars in an increasingly close, basically up until right around the retrograde station. And so, yeah, it's rowdy. Venus Mars can be fun. Venus Mars can also be really upsetting.
When it opposes Pluto also the same day it ingresses.
Yep.
Oh, it goes in right. But yeah, right. So we get a taste of that too.
Yeah. Taste of Venus opposite Pluto in Aquarius and Leo, just before a Venus retrograde, also conjunct Mars. So Venus Pluto has a sort of obsessive quality when it comes to interpersonal dynamics or relationships, and in sort of like intense quality, right?
Yeah, there's kind of a Phantom of the Opera vibe with Venus Pluto.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it could be positively intensifying sort of relationship dynamics, but it can also be the underhanded power play type of things, or the obsession or compulsive activities.
It's not generally, Venus opposite Pluto is not generally favorable. Like, you wouldn't put it in election. But fortunately, it doesn't last very long, right? We just get a quick hit, and then Venus is immediately applying to Jupiter, or Venus ruled Jupiter in Taurus. So that's kind of restabilized. And so there's like maybe a weird undertone to the first 2 days, but you get that Venus Jupiter energy immediately afterwards, which is, it's the good life, it's good times. And then we sort of settle into a month or more of the Venus Mars leading up to the retrograde.
Yeah. So Venus here by like June 20th, 21st gets up to about mid Leo, about 14 degrees of Leo, and it's within 4 degrees of a conjunction with Mars at 18 Leo at that point. And around this time, Mars squares Uranus shortly after that, towards the end of the month. So Mars gets to 21 Leo on June 25th and squares Uranus at 21 degrees of Taurus.
And that really is probably the most important configuration for the end of June, is Mars and then Venus both squaring Uranus back to back, or one after another. And that's if there are going to be relational instabilities and shakeups that the retrograde proper is going to deal with, they're absolutely going to show up then. Like, it shouldn't be a surprise if you pay attention at all during the end of June.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that Venus Uranus square goes exact July 1st. So,
and at the same time, the second half of the month, there's kind of this emotional undertow going on at the same time, because Saturn stations for the first time since it's gone into Pisces around 17th, 18th. And then Neptune stations also in Pisces at the end of the month. So like the second half of June, it's like, there's all these sort of combustible things going on that look a lot more active and outward, but there's also this sort of emotional, undertow, like kind of potentially a little bit of a melancholic internal mood, whether related or not related to all of the Leo Taurus squares.
Yeah. And this month also features like Mercury and the Sun squaring that Neptune, which it's not like a big deal, but I feel like that adds to that sort of moroseness almost.
Yeah,
there's getting in, things get muddy. Right.
The Saturn in Pisces is kind of an emotional drag, or will, especially right around the retrograde station. If you think about, a feckless young planet in Gemini just trying to zip around and do stuff, like hitting the square with Saturn, which planets in Gemini will be doing every year for the next couple. It's like, like that underlying melancholy, or I like that, but the undertow, as you put it, Lisa, it's kind of a drag on the quick, light, not too serious Gemini energy.
Like there's a little bit of poison in the fairy core, right? Like somebody in the waltz of the flowers actually has a sprained ankle, and so you can't actually put on the show you want to put on.
Right.
It's
I would like to present a counterpoint because one of my favorite aspects of this month is that Jupiter, as Saturn is stationing, comes up to that sextile and sextiles Saturn from 7 degrees of Taurus with reception, which is a pretty positive counterbalancing thing. And I think I like the keyword that used Diana of mud, except it because that's what, an earth sign and a water sign, when you put them together, that's what it creates is mud. But I don't think of it in a negative sense, but actually more in it creates like a fertile or fecund sort of area where stuff can grow rather than something that's only suppressing things.
It's like the extremely biodiverse swamp.
Yeah. Right. Well, I think it's great for those signs. I just don't think it helps the planets in Gemini because they're not benefiting from the Taurus stuff.
Sure. But
yeah, as a combination, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some things because we have some examples of like some people with natal charts that had like Saturn in Pisces and Jupiter in Taurus. What were some of our examples of those?
Albert Hoffman was the one that I mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
He grew some interesting things in the fecund swamp of his petri dishes.
Right.
Right. Some of my other people like that were like Chris Rock has Saturn in Pisces and Jupiter in Taurus. Robert Downey Jr. One actually that was notable was Rodney King had Saturn in Pisces and Jupiter in Taurus. And one of the phrases he became associated with that I thought was kind of interesting was when he said, "Can we all get along?" basically during the riots in the early part of the 90s. So there's some interesting things I think that'll grow in the sort of like fertile soil of Jupiter sextiling Pisces at that time.
Yeah, it's nice.
I know Nick Dig Best had done research on Venus retrogrades and some like social conflicts that arise, like issues of injustice being addressed during Venus retrogrades that sometimes come up, especially in the US. And as we're heading into the Venus retrograde, especially that summer, that may be relevant at some point as well.
Yeah, we look at that in July. Yeah, we get into that. It's when we've got the station.
I almost wonder if the June 26th Mars-Uranus square might might link something into the Venus retrograde itself.
Yeah, I mean, if that is, something that we've said before, it's worth saying again. With this being a Venus retrograde in Leo and also having Mars conjoined for that first part, if things are distasteful, people will not be quiet about them, right? It's very extroverted. It's very not mumbled under the breath. It's loud.
Yeah, Leo is a very loud sign.
That's what I find so interesting about that month, because there's a lot of loudness and extrovertedness going on and combustibleness. And yet there's the emotional undertow that you probably aren't seeing. And I feel like that's something to be aware of. Like whatever people are doing or reacting to or whatever during that month, like know that that's a piece behind it, even if you don't see it. It's like the submerged pyramids type of thing. Like there's stuff going on that you don't see.
Right. It's making me think about how small children will get really upset about something when what they need is a snack or what they need is a hug. Right. And like that pursuit of connection in an off-kilter way that just creates conflict rather than addressing the unmet need in some way. Right. So it's like taking that into a personal realm. That might be a factor on a personal level is you're seeing somebody act out, but it's acting out from a place of emotional storminess.
Exactly.
That's not necessarily revealed.
Right.
Yeah. And last thing I want to mention here with June, with both Saturn making its very first station in Pisces, and so a period of intensification of whatever that Saturn transit is about, and then Neptune only a couple weeks later also stationing in Pisces, I feel like we're getting a real intensification and we're going to get our first real preview of what that Saturn-Neptune copresence is about, especially in the Pisces sectors of each of our charts. So some Saturn issue, whatever like challenges Saturn is going to raise over the course of the next 3 years in our charts that we have to overcome or maneuver around, I think will become very evident around the time of that station.
For sure.
Absolutely.
And I think about when they were going copresent, when they were transiting in Capricorn in the late 80s. And again, it's useful to be able to remember some of these things. Remember the felt sense of it, which was like, there was like this slow erosion of like, is the ground I'm standing on, like, is it still there? But like, it was very, very slow process, you know? And so there were notable outer events when it got closer to the exact aspect, but the very slow build up to it was just like, I feel like the sands are shifting underneath me, but I can't exactly point to where or what. And it's a sort of vague feeling of unsettledness of like, I can tell the structure is changing, but I can't point to what it is yet.
Yeah, that the foundations are slipping a little bit, or that the line between reality and non-reality is becoming a little bit blurrier, and some of all those other Saturn-Neptune themes that we talked about earlier. This is definitely a point in which some of that really comes into focus in late June.
It's like, is the beach smaller? Like, has the water line increased? Like, it's only been half an inch in the past year, but the beach is definitely smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shall we move on to July?
We shall boldly
go where no astrologers have gone before, into the second half of 2023. All right, here's the planetary alignments calendar for July. On the very first of the month, we get a Sun-Mercury conjunction. Then we get a full moon in Capricorn on the 3rd. Mars departs from Leo and moves into Virgo on the 10th, followed by Mercury ingressing into Leo on the 11th. New moon in Cancer on the 17th. Mars opposes Saturn on the 20th of the month. Then a couple days later, the Sun moves into Leo and Venus stations retrograde in Leo on the same day. Then Mercury conjoins Venus on the 27th, and then itself moves into Virgo on the 28th. So here we get the full onset of the Venus retrograde period in July. All right, let me animate the chart. Oh, right. Okay. So the very first day of the month is the Venus-Uranus square. So there's this electric kind of combustible sense to it, because it's also coming off of the Mars-Uranus square at the very beginning of the month. And then Venus starts really slowing down.
And then we have Venus and Mars sort of break apart, where Mars crosses a sign boundary that Venus won't cross for months and months. And the Mars moving into Virgo is its own quite important thing, because it's not. It does break apart the conjunction with Venus, which is important, but it's also our first real alignment, our first tense alignment between Mars and Saturn in Pisces, right? And as the last several years have made very clear, Mars-Saturn conjunctions and oppositions bring a great deal of challenge, both in personal lives and on the news, right? And so this is the first, like, okay, what does Saturn and Pisces have for us when it gets stirred up by Mars?
Yeah, those were, especially in 2020, those Mars-Saturn hard aspects kept being these important turning points during the course of the year, and especially during the course of the pandemic, where we kept getting the turning points in the pandemic and like the new chapter beginning every time Mars would form a hard aspect with Saturn, because so much of that began under the Mars-Saturn conjunction that coincided in like March and April of 2020 with the lockdowns. And then we kept getting like new variants every several months, every time Mars would like square or oppose or conjoin Saturn again. So it's interesting to think about it in that context of, you know, what is the like, not pandemic, but broadly speaking, what is the big story or challenge that arises of Saturn and Pisces, and the turning points of that being at those hard aspects between Mars and Saturn?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And when it was doing that, when Saturn was in Aquarius, they were all very discrete, fixed things, right? Because it was through fixed signs. And so it was like, this is the new variant, or this is the new problem. And I noticed actually when Mars got into Gemini, it was like, this is the explosion of like thousands of new variants, right? So anyway, we're going to have Mars going through mutable signs every time it hits Saturn. So it's a really different feel, needing to adjust, not necessarily being one problem, but like a multiplicity of things that you need to adjust around.
And that's a good point about the fixed signs, where when Saturn was in Aquarius, it was sort of just like literally the next edition of a problem that we already know about, as opposed to mutable signs, which give you new stuff. Sometimes it harkens back to old stuff. Sometimes it's new stuff. Mutable signs keep you guessing.
There's kind of a juggler quality with the mutable signs with Saturn, like Saturn ruling clowns, right? It's like Saturn is kind of juggling in Pisces, and there's something about throwing balls back and forth. And maybe with Mars, it's actually knives, and maybe the knives are thrown a little bit too hard, right? And so it's creating issues that may or may not be about the hands of the person juggling, but the things that are in the surrounding arena, right? Of just like accidentally throwing knives while juggling, hitting audience members, right? There's that kind of energy to it for me.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. So, but whatever this Mars-Saturn opposition is about, it's really fast. It's interesting that it's happening simultaneously as Venus is slowing down and stationing retrograde. So it seems to be tied in with that Venus retrograde story that's really that's ramping up there in late July.
Yeah. And one thing we can say without being super specific is Mars-Saturn just gives a harsh energy, and it's mellow. There's a little bit of help from Jupiter, which is friendly with both Mars and Saturn here, but it's still, there's just sort of a hardness and a harshness. The mellow is always harshed under Mars-Saturn oppositions.
Yeah. So Mars wants to move forward and Saturn wants to hold back, and they're in an opposition. So they're pulling in two opposite directions, so that sometimes the person, if they're getting hit by that transit, can feel a tension where they're pulled in two different directions. Other keywords that came up a lot during the pandemic with Mars-Saturn aspects were like pressing the gas while pressing the brake at the same time, and having a feeling of like frustration as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're all frustrated. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and Mars in Virgo is like, we got to handle these details, and Saturn in Pisces is like, no, you're not seeing the big picture, and you're hurting my emotions, and I'm going away. And we're not getting the thing done.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually, we have somebody here who has like a Mars-Saturn opposition in that axis.
We do.
I guess it's the reverse, though, because you have Saturn and Virgo, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a fun back and forth. I don't know if I can summarize it neatly, but I'm looking forward to next July. I'm sure that'll be fun. Saturn on Mars, Mars on Saturn.
Totally. It's good times.
It's like the nodal reversal of a planetary configuration.
Yeah. So while we're grinding the brakes, Venus stations retrograde.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Venus herself hits the brakes, like puts the car into reverse and like starts backing up because there was something in the past that needs to be revisited. But there's a tension to that slowing down. So maybe the like process of Venus slowing down and hitting the brakes is much more of a halting stop, than it otherwise would be.
I have like this whole new like circus narrative emerging in my head ever since I said the juggling thing. And I'm imagining Venus in Leo is like the extremely attractive lion tamer who has to go back to a previous stop on the circus route because they fell in love, but it's actually like a love that can't happen. And there's just like all complicated. And now what do we do with the lions? Like, don't mind me.
What if you fell? What if you fell in love with one of the lions, and that's your basic issue?
Man, that's complicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I it's worth noting that in the United States, political candidates will be conducting carnivals and circuses of a number of varieties. And so some of this like loud, like obviously loud, dramatic stuff will be very visible in, in US politics.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of, that brings up, Venus retrogrades have also been important because the last one was important for Russia and the Ukraine, actually, because the war began under that Venus retrograde in Capricorn, with Capricorn being so important to Russia. But relevant to this, when I was doing some research, the Ukraine independence chart has Venus retrograde at 28 degrees of Leo. So that's the chart for the Ukraine. And Zelensky has Saturn at 28 degrees of Leo. So that's right where Venus is stationing here.
That's super relevant.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. So super potentially important turning point, both for Ukraine in general and as well as for Zelensky. All right. Any other Venus retrograde things? One of the things I hope doesn't come up, I can't imagine it because it would just be too weird, but I know Congress recently passed the Defense of Marriage Act in order to attempt to put in law the legalization of same-sex marriage, because of course, one full Venus retrograde cycle ago in the summer of 2015 is when the Supreme Court made a ruling that effectively legalized same-sex marriage nationally. But then over the course of the past year, when the Supreme Court struck down the law that made abortion legal nationally, that suddenly put into question other rulings and whether those things would always be there or always stay there. So Congress recently, I think, started to act in order to attempt to put some of that stuff on the books so that any future rulings by the Supreme Court couldn't invalidate same-sex marriage nationally and make it something that was put back on the states. So I hope that's not something that we revisit during this Venus retrograde.
Agreed. But yeah. And even if the actual ruling isn't overturned or damaged in any way, it's it's election year in the United States. You could absolutely have people yelling about it.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So that's pretty good for July, I believe, right?
There's one last note, and I think this is more interesting for people who are more deeply invested in evolutionary than I am, but the last week of July features Pluto exactly square the nodes. So make of that what you will.
Well, and we got our nodal ingress in July.
Right.
Nodal ingress and then Pluto square the nodes. Exactly. So
both of those are really good points. So July 16th and 17th and 18th, the node switches from, or at least the true node switches from 0 Taurus to 29 degrees of Aries. And by this point, Pluto has already retrograded back into 29 Capricorn. So that's that square. Nice. And then I see we get a nice Sun Pluto opposition just a few days later on July 22nd.
Yep.
Okay, then, so that the Venus retrograde is right next to Lilith. So that's I think that the loudness is going to be about it's going to be about abortion. The Lilith point was all over the overturning of Roe versus Wade and having that Venus retrograde right on it. That's what it's going to be about.
Well, and other modern things. I noticed, I wouldn't usually bring this in, but Chiron actually stations the day after Venus stations retrograde. And
I noted that too.
Yeah, I mean, just the proximity kind of jumped out to me a little bit, because sometimes Venus stationing retrograde is there can be something oh, I don't like the way that's going. I don't like this direction that this is turning. And Chiron stationing, not for everyone, obviously, and it depends on if it's hitting certain points, but it can be a little bit of an ouch. Oh, that hurt. And so I just noted that they were both stationing within 48 hours.
There it is at 19 degrees of Aries. Wow. All right. So that is July. So lots of stuff going on. Let's move into August. All right. Here we go with August. Full moon on the first of the month in Aquarius. Then we get a Sun-Venus conjunction on the 13th, which is the halfway point in the Venus retrograde cycle in Leo. A few days later, we get a new moon in Leo on the 16th. Mars opposite Neptune on the 22nd. Sun moves into Virgo on the 23rd, and the same day, Mercury, around that time, Mercury stations retrograde. Mars moves into Libra on the 27th. Uranus stations retrograde on the 28th. And then we get a full moon in Pisces on August 30th.
Yeah. And so, a big part of August tone is just Venus retrograde, right? The Mars Saturn is already beginning to depart once we get very far into August. So it's there by sign, but it doesn't have the same grinding intensity as when the two are very close. And then with the Sun in Leo, with Venus in Leo, it's, there's a very clear star to the show.
Yeah, for sure. So just animating the chart. Venus retrograde, we see that conjunction as the turning point. And usually that starts to be like a resolution point where things aren't completely finished, but you start to see some light at the end of the retrograde tunnel, or at least some resolution in the sight to whatever was thrown up in the air when Venus stationed retrograde.
It's Inanna reaches the bottom of the underworld and has a confrontation with her sister, Aresh Kigal. And they sort of hash out the pleasure and pain of existence. And there's usually there's some equilibrium reached, which we can move forward from. Or at least carry back out of the underworld and then eventually move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Venus will, around that time, around like August 22nd, look, it gets to 15 degrees. It's still retrograde for another 12 days, but it gets to 15 Leo and it squares Jupiter. But that's also about when it's about 15 degrees from the sun. So it's going to make a heliacal rising at that time.
Yeah, and Venus is bright enough that 15 degrees away will be very visible.
So Venus emerges from under the beams or emerges from the underworld at that point. It gets that very helpful or positive affirming square from Jupiter.
Mm-hmm. I think that's really, a really nice feature to the direct station. Mm-hmm. Not only is it affirmed by Jupiter, who will generally try to help, but it's Jupiter in a Venus ruled sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with reception.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can contrast that briefly with the way into this retrograde, right, which is very upset, very raw, like very unstable, Mars, Uranus, all of that. And then with the Mars Saturn during the first part, like that's really rough. The way down is considerably less pleasant than what emerges through the process. What emerges from the process is, significantly more stable and pleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and more positive. There is, though, a little bit of tension at this point in the month, even though we're getting some resolution of the Venus retrograde story. By the time we get to late August, Mercury slows down and it stations retrograde at 21 Virgo around August 23rd and 24th. And it's conjoining Mars within about 6 degrees at that point, which is at 27 degrees of Virgo. So we've had other types of Mercury retrograde stories so far this year. This one has a Mercury conjunct Mars flavor, which is usually more of a, bad words or like curse words or like a Mercury Mars thing. It's sometimes the breaking of something technical or the severing or separating of something technical. Since it's happening in Virgo, it has this additional like technical component to it, I think.
Mm-hmm. And Mercury and Mars are going to be co-present most of the month. So it's kind of like, even though they don't catch up and make an exact conjunction. So it's kind of like nitpicking words or like, harsh criticism is pretty good for Mercury and Mars in Virgo. Now, it's great to use that for positive effect, like use it for editing, use it for like constructive cutting out of words, or, things like that. But yeah, interpersonally, it can be a little bit like harsh criticism or nitpicking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This could also be the like technical things breaking, like the hard drive crashing or the car, having a part that breaks or something like that at the beginning of a retrograde, and that classic version of a Mercury retrograde.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what's interesting is that they separate only a couple days into the retrograde. Mars moves on to Libra, Mercury's headed back. And so is somewhat parallel to the Venus retrograde. The lead up to it is actually considerably more, or is pretty harsh. Whereas once it gets going, it is what it is. The rearrangements need to happen, but that Mars Mercury energy won't be there for most of the retrograde. But it's going to feel. People are going to start asking us whether Mercury is retrograde like 2 weeks before it is because of that Mercury Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's going to be like also an abruptness, a sharpness to the Mercury retrograde problems at the beginning of the Mercury retrograde, but a lot of that will be removed relatively early on when Mars goes into Libra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm being reminded of my favorite, like Mars in a Mercury sign or Mercury in a Mars sign thing to do or to whatever, which is if you write down the word swords and you put a parentheses around the first S, and then being judicious about how you choose to use your words and your swords, right? Like that. The necessity of having a sharp one ready when you need them, but also not dispensing them when you don't need to.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
And just the uttering of certain words is a threat, and changes the dynamic, just unsheathing the sword. You don't even have to swing a sword at someone to change the dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Just making it clear that you have one.
Right. That moment
can
of
go pretty far. Mm-hmm. The like shink. Yeah.
So one of the things I notice with Mercury stationing here in later Virgo, of course, is that it's going to be opposing Neptune. So maybe being careful where you swing your sword, and why, so as not to have like confusion surrounding it, could be really important.
Yeah. Don't tilt it windmills.
Yeah. Or I know you in a prep meeting, you mentioned like the fog of war. And I think that came up at one point, like a year or two ago in one of the transits that happened with Neptune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that's definitely relevant again here of just like the sensation of wanting to fight is not the same as the need to fight.
Yeah. Don't go stabbing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to.
Is that a TLC song? Are you like, is that a deep reference?
Yeah. Verbatim.
I have some TLC stories that I will tell you later that relate to my Saturn and Pisces transits.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I look forward to that. All right. We're back after a little bit of a break and we're going to resume with September. But before we get there, we have to talk about the full moon at the end of August, which is a full moon in Pisces. And that is a full moon that, Austin, you're particularly interested in.
Yeah. And so this full moon, there's always a full moon, or almost always a full moon in Pisces around this time of year. But this time it's pretty much right on top of Saturn. And so usually the Pisces moon is, a moment of enchanted or drunken revelry or fantasy amidst a very detail-oriented Virgo season. But this year and for the next couple, these full moons in Pisces will be with Saturn, right? And so the constriction, the constraint, the as you put it earlier, Lisa, the emotional undertow, perhaps a feeling of underlying melancholy, will be part of this full moon. And so I wanted to mention it because it really shows the tonal shift to how Pisces feels now, or how it's going to feel at that time and for a while.
Mm-hmm. And it's really interesting too that the full moon is exactly on the degree where Saturn stationed for the first time in Pisces in June. It's at 7 Pisces.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So it's really highlighting that degree and highlighting the early degrees of Pisces and shedding a spotlight on Saturn in Pisces and whatever that transit is about for everybody, especially if that's hitting personal planets in people's birth charts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And although that Saturnian node, is important and we'll feel it, it does have a nice configuration to Jupiter and Taurus. It's not like an epically awful configuration, but the weight of Saturn is really apparent there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's like separating from Saturn, but as soon as the full moon goes exact, it then applies to that sextile with Jupiter.
Mm-hmm. So
maybe a little bit of putting some of the Saturn stuff a little bit in the rear view mirror and at least heading towards Jupiter.
Yeah, benefiting from that same sort of like enrichment that we talked about Jupiter and Taurus being able to provide for Saturn and Pisces, right? That it's not just like soggy and sad. There's like, you can grow stuff in that soggy and sad, right? That there's a richness to the soil.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It feels like a sobering cry fest versus a disorienting cry fest, right? Like Saturn's presence, almost like the emotional the emotional cup overflowing a bit, but from a place of somebody throwing rocks in your cup. Like that's not quite what I mean, but there's something there of like reality displacing something, yes, and that displacement being the cause of the emotional context, the emotional experience.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. I think that's a good transition point to take us into September. So we open September with two important planetary stations that we've talked about a few times already up to this point, which is Venus stations direct in Leo on the 3rd of September. And the next day, Jupiter stations retrograde in Taurus on the 6th of September. Then a couple days later, we get the halfway point in the Mercury retrograde when Mercury conjoins the Sun. And then we start to see some resolution of the Mercury retrograde issues that began a little bit earlier. We get a new moon in Virgo on the 14th. Mercury stations direct and ends its retrograde period on the 15th of September. The Sun moves into Libra on the 23rd. And then we get a full moon in Aries on the 29th. So the big story this month is Venus ending the retrograde and squaring Jupiter around the same time, and there being potentially some sort of positive resolution at this point or some sort of high note at the end of the retrograde period.
I really like that Venus stations direct, and then towards mid-month, Venus squares Jupiter. Yeah, it feels much more positive coming out of the Venus retrograde.
There's something to look forward to, like that sensation of looking forward to.
For sure. Even this Mercury retrograde conjunction with the Sun happens, in a trine with Jupiter. So it seems like there's even like some resolution coming there in the middle of the Mercury retrograde as well.
And we have a dynamic there where we've got the two benefics and fixed signs for a while, and it's and now it's a direct Venus, a direct benefic, and so some of that some of that help for fixed signs arrives there, right? Like no malefics on the axis. Sure, Uranus is there, but you've got both benefics for a while. Totally functional in two of the four fixed signs.
Yeah, and only one eclipse left in the fixed signs. All right.
One thing I find really interesting about September too is that Mercury is the only planet in domicile all month, and it's retrograde, but for like the first half, but direct for the second half, and so there's something. My brains are starting to fall out of my head.
I mean, we've only been doing this for 6 hours today, so I personally can't relate to that. But but it feels very interesting whenever there's a month where there's really only one planet that's solidly in domicile for the entire month, especially when it's Mercury, since Mercury usually zips through things. And I don't know, it feels notable. I don't have smart words in the moment to say about it. No, it's Mercury. Look at this, September 24th. It's like Mercury is in its own sign of Virgo, where it's at its most analytical and ability to focus on minor details and communicate them effectively. And it's trining Jupiter at 14 degrees of Taurus. Then it gets a nice trine with Uranus shortly after that. This is Mercury at his most robust, I would say.
Yeah, once Mercury comes out of the retrograde, it's a really enviable Mercury position.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think that brings us.
Oh, continue.
I think that brings us into October, essentially, right?
We should probably mention that Mars moves into Libra.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's back up all the way to actually the late August when that happens on the 26th and 27th.
And so as September begins, Mars is in Libra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's not really like aspecting anything hardly by hard aspect as it's moving through that sign. And because all the outer planets, like Jupiter and Uranus and Saturn are in Pisces and Taurus, they're all in aversion to it. It will eventually hit that Pluto square at the very end of the cardinal sign.
Yeah, it's really towards the end of September when it's coming up on the square with Pluto and it's coming up on conjunction with the tail of the dragon that it's going to start acting up. You know, the Mars South Node conjunctions are often very intense, and then when you add Pluto, there's a sharper sting there. You know, there's a convention of representing the dragon's tail as being stingered like a scorpion in some of the Arabic works. That I think that with Mars conjoined and square Pluto, you see a little bit of that sting there.
Mm-hmm.
And before we even get there, we get a nice flowing sextile between Venus, direct to Venus, sextiling Mars in Libra here in the later part of September, which is interesting just as a contrast with the beginning of the retrograde where we had that conjunction where things were kind of tense in Leo.
Mm-hmm. And around that time, we have the third of the three squares between Venus and Uranus.
Yeah, right there around the 28th and 29th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then we see Mars hit the South Node early in October here at 24 degrees of Libra. And then it squares Pluto here around October 8th from 27 Libra to 27 Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I feel like that Mars South Node conjunction is kind of setting up that first eclipse in Libra that'll happen this month as well.
Yeah, and it also rules the full moon in Aries that we just popped by.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's that full moon on September 28th and 29th.
So that's pretty spicy. The full moon in Aries is always is rarely shy with the chili powder, but with Mars is getting that nice sextile from Venus, but also conjoining the South Node and with the square to Pluto coming up and ruling the the full moon in Aries, which is not an eclipse, but if it were 3 days later would start being eclipsed. There's definitely, and this is Mars in Libra is very, when activated, attacks with vicious shade. It's a social Mars, but that doesn't mean that there aren't words and swords. And so, yeah, there's an edge to that full moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So immediately after that, I believe that takes us into the month of October. This is when we enter into eclipse season again. So October, Mercury goes into Libra on the 4th. Mars squares Pluto on the 8th, the same day that Venus goes into Virgo. Pluto stations direct in Capricorn on the 10th. Mars into Scorpio on the 12th. Eclipse in Libra. New moon eclipse, so solar eclipse in Libra on the 14th. Then the sun conjoins Mercury on the 20th. Mercury and the sun go into Scorpio on the 22nd and 23rd, respectively. And then we get our second lunation and eclipse of the month, which is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Taurus on the 28th of October. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Pluto stationing direct, that's also the closest that we get to the final sort of Pluto return of the US, I think, at this point, right, Leisa?
Yes, it's about half degree past. So it's essentially exact again. So you'll have, I'm sure, more of those fun, underworld things coming up to be reviewed at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And just, for anyone, even, yes, with the US Pluto return, but also for everyone, Pluto is getting very, very late in Capricorn. And so this is like the last lap, more or less, this year, next year, but it's very late. So any of those Pluto and Capricorn themes are really developed at this point. Yeah.
So this is taking it back to like the founding of the United States and the founding of the Declaration of Independence and all of that, and some of the early like foundations of the country being revisited.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, checking in on the bones of the institutions that built the nation.
Yes. Yes.
And seeing the rot and trying to get rid of the termites and things like that. Yeah. And I know last year I was talking a little bit about, the founding of the US being breaking away from monarchy. So it revisits those themes. Like, are we going to be a democracy? Are we a democracy currently? We are a backsliding democracy, last I heard. So, just revisiting all of that. Like, how much do we prioritize people in charge, no matter how much they abuse the system for the rest of us? Or are we going to do anything about that? That's very Pluto and Capricorn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, and the Mars being square at right as it stations it emphasizes that quite a bit. It doesn't, it ensures that it's also October in an election year. And so, October looks increasingly like a knife fight. That happens before the eclipse, and then we get a pair of eclipses, and we get Mars going from kind of a shady and activated and potentially poisonous position in the end of Libra, just straight into Scorpio, right, where Mars is very strong and is happy to do battle, to lock claws.
Yeah. Strategic attacks and things like that. One thing that's interesting, thinking about it being the American election season, with those
over the next year from that point.
Right. Exactly. Like entering into that, but like with those eclipses, happening in Venus signs, but ruled by a Virgo and Venus, and thinking about, how much room there is to nitpick other people's actions. And like the sort of, I don't want to besmirch Virgo and Venuses, because there are many of them who I admire. But there is something about the way that a Virgo Venus can say, I am disappointed, is vastly more like marrow wounding than anyone else saying that same thing. And so thinking about how the conversations and the pundit pulpits, like how that goes, and how intensely people will be listening for reasons to critique as part of that. So.
Yeah, for sure. And that brings us right into this eclipse in Libra. So it's at 21 degrees of Libra. This is the first eclipse in this sign. So it's the start of a major series of eclipses in Libra that will go through 2024. And just that theme of major beginnings and major endings when it comes to that sector of everybody's birth chart. And yeah, I'm still getting over the eclipses from last year and just seeing how that indicated major changes for a lot of the people with fixed signs when we went into some of those eclipses. And now that is going to fully shift into the Aries-Libra axis at this point. So major endings, major beginnings. Also, just like things being up in the air is a theme we've talked about previously, about previous eclipses. So that's going to be another thing that's in the air most of October during eclipse season. Are there any other major rises and major falls was the major thing, like seeing people come into prominence previously who weren't prominent, or seeing people who were prominent suffering a sudden fall is another theme I think that we've seen a lot lately with eclipses.
Yeah, and this is, so the eclipse in Libra, with the eclipse in Libra, we now have one eclipse in Aries and one eclipse in Libra. So we've actually started the eclipses in that pair of signs, right? Which runs for about a year and a half at a time. So at this point, both sides of that will be fully introduced. Whereas we only got half of it during the second quarter, but this is the other half. And now we can begin that process, the South Node in Libra, North Node in Aries. Process. And of course, we have to finish up the Taurus-Scorpio with the very last one in on that axis. And so this is sort of, this is the actual completion of the Taurus-Scorpio cycle and the full beginning of the Aries-Libra cycle.
Yeah, I love that, because it's like you take one step into the Aries-Libra axis in April with that first eclipse in Aries, and then the second and final step into that sphere is taken in October with the Libra eclipse. Whereas with the others, it's like you're in the process of stepping out of that series with Taurus and Scorpio that completes in October in Taurus.
Yep.
Having one foot in and then taking the other foot in, versus like 1 foot out and then taking the other foot out.
Yeah, we get the full changeover for the first time in October.
Yeah, so you can think back to approximately 9 years prior. Those houses will be churned up again in terms of beginnings and endings. That was the last time we had the nodes in the opposite signs, about 9 years ago.
All right. So let me put the eclipse back on the screen here. Libra eclipse, 21 Libra.
One thing that's interesting about this is that it is like in the lead up to the Mercury Cazimi conjoined the South Node, right? So there's sort of this continuation of the eclipse in a specifically mercurial way over the preceding days.
Yeah, and all that's pretty tightly squared that Pluto. So continuing to hammer those those end of Pluto and Capricorn themes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's making me think about justice system revelations.
It's very institutional.
Yeah, even just thinking about the Mercury-Pluto dynamics with revelations over time, and adding the South Node from it within an eclipse season, the reverse of obscuring almost being a part of it, or maybe potentially that being the initiation of things that come to light later, maybe by the time of the next eclipse season.
Yeah, well, in the South Node, South Node and South Node eclipses will stir up the ghosts of things. The things that, we talk about, sometimes we talk about letting go with the South Node, but often in order for something to be resolved where it actually can fade away, something, we have to revisit it. And this is the very first eclipse in Libra on the South Node. It's probably going to be more about stirring up the ghosts that, maybe will eventually find their way to the next life, but some things need to be unfucked first.
Yeah, opening the closet door that's full of skeletons and getting that whiff of musty skeleton air.
Yeah, of the unquiet dead.
Yeah.
Speaking of the unquiet dead, that brings us into the next eclipse, which is taking place right before Halloween, where we get this lovely Taurus eclipse, which is on the one hand, conjunct Jupiter at 11 degrees of Taurus, while the moon itself goes exact at 5 Taurus. But there's this very tight Mercury-Mars conjunction in Scorpio that's happening at the same time opposite to that at 10 degrees and 11 degrees of Scorpio. Mm-hmm. So this eclipse has a real Mercury conjunct Mars flair to it, or signature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Mercury conjunct Mars can be, as we've said earlier, can be like combative words or aggressive communication. It can also be very piercing, because since it's happening in Scorpio at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
What are some other keywords for that?
Yeah, it's combative. It's could be vicious with the conjunction being in Scorpio, but it really like these things in combination, the Mercury Mars opposite Jupiter, and the lunar eclipse on top of Jupiter really challenge what peace, stability, and I don't know, extra comfortable garments that Jupiter and Taurus has been trying to provide all year, like trying to help, try to stabilize, try to cushion things. And this, this eclipse in particular is a moment where it's as if Jupiter wasn't helping, or the help's not enough.
Right. It feels like resentment somehow to me, like as I'm thinking about it, like something about, that's all well and good for you.
Yeah.
Like that kind of energy.
It's like cutting words in Scorpio.
And cutting people down to size, like even thinking about that being in opposition to Jupiter, who and like an exalted but eclipsed moon, of that sort of excessive comfort being face to face with the relative austerity, like almost militant austerity that sometimes Scorpio can have. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. Well, on a good note, that's going to be the final eclipse of the fixed sign series. And like whatever it was that began way back in late 2001 with that first eclipse in Scorpio, that series of changes that people have been going through in that part of their life should be over after this point. And sometimes eclipse.
Kind of.
2021, right?
Yeah. What did I say?
Okay. 2001.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, I remember watching that eclipse in late 2021 and just being the opening of that series. And depending on where it was falling in different people's charts, that theme of like major beginnings and major endings, like if it was in a fourth house, sometimes people moved or relocated. So it was like the end of living in one place and then starting to live in another. Or if that eclipse was in like the seventh house, it could have been like the end of one major relationship and the start of another, or vice versa. But whatever it is, that series of changes and major beginnings and major endings comes to full completion at this point.
Well, it's really interesting to me that this is the last Taurus eclipse, but it still precedes by about 6 months the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Taurus next spring. And so it's like there's been multiple wild cards going on in the Taurus area of the chart, but now there's just going to be one wild card, right? Like not two. So it's like there's still potential for change and unexpectedness in that area, but it's less, it feels less like completely out of your control and faded, and more like, okay, what do you want to do now with this fresh ground that's been, plowed?
Yeah, I think part of the way that that's going to feel and play out is, Uranus has been there since 2018, and now all that after this point, the only thing bearing on it is Jupiter, which helps confirm whatever Uranus is doing. So I think that's going to be like, oh, I can finally make those changes that I've been meaning to, like in a constructive and intentional way. Like I've been really wanting to do this, but I had to deal with that, and this couldn't change until this thing was over. And it's sort of like, okay, now I can just make the changes.
Yeah. Now I have the freedom to do this. Because there was, when Uranus ingressed, I noticed with a lot of like Taurus rising people that there was a real like liberation feel of like freeing oneself from past obligations and things like that and doing something radically different. But things have been so much up in the air with some of the Scorpio Taurus eclipses in a more chaotic sense. It'll be interesting to see Jupiter being able to help make things more stable and sort of confirm things in a way that's a little bit smoother than before.
Yeah, and there was, the Saturn squaring Uranus. Saturn was like, no, you can't change. You've got to do this. You got these responsibilities, not until X, Y, and Z. And so Saturn's off, writing poetry in Pisces now. So,
right. Yeah. All right. I think that's good, and that takes us into the following month, into November.
Mm-hmm.
So, November. Saturn, which has been retrograde for a few months now in Pisces, stations direct at 0 degrees of Pisces on November 4th. Then Venus goes into Libra on the 8th. Mercury goes into Sagittarius on the 10th. There's a Mars-Uranus opposition on the 11th. Then we get a new moon in Scorpio, which is not an eclipse for the first time in quite a while, on the 13th. There's a Sun-Mars conjunction on the 18th. The Sun moves into Sagittarius on the 22nd. Mars into Sag on the 24th, which then squares Saturn in Pisces on the 25th. And then we get a full moon in Gemini on the 27th. All right. So big story this month is another intensification of Saturn in Pisces, the second station essentially that we've ever gotten in Pisces during this run. So we got an intensification of focus of whatever that transit is about. And especially if people have planets in early mutable signs, an intensification and a return to an exact transit from earlier in the year.
Mm-hmm. We also sort of have the ingress Venus into its own sign of Libra. We have some social niceties back in terms of interpersonal experiences. We don't have the overly critical and then opposite Saturn Venus, which we had just before that. So Venus gets free of the opposition with Saturn and is happy in its own sign. So a lot more of the pleasantries with other people.
And a few days into that, Mercury moves into Sagittarius. So we have a nice Mercury-Venus sextile with Venus in a happy place.
November 12th.
Yeah. So once we get going on that, like those two hold that for several weeks. And that's nice. A return to decorum, or at least like not knife fighting.
This is like, I didn't mean what I said when Venus was in Virgo.
All right. Or when Mercury was conjunct Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like that. All right. I see that aspect holding most of the middle part of November, Mercury sextile Venus.
But I mean, it is worth noting that part of the reason we like that Venus Mercury thing is that we have, we still have Sun and Mars in Scorpio for quite a bit of the month, and there's just the level of like, how do I put this? It's like it's just like a coal, even like a coal that's still carrying fire. Even if nothing is on fire at the time, it's just carrying around that coal. Like that's a very intense, fixed, strong, but also kind of dangerous energy. It's just like things could catch back on fire, right? Because the coal is right there. And it's it is a resetting of the Mars cycle with a conjunction between the two, and so it does speak to an intense cycle to come.
Right. Yeah. And there's the fact that the new moon in Scorpio is conjunct Mars and opposite Uranus, so maybe that coal actually does catch fire.
Yeah. Mars Uranus opposition is kind of tense.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So new moon at 20 Scorpio on November 13th. And that's opposite to Uranus at 21 Taurus. So Mars Uranus can be unexpected actions, unexpected accidents, sometimes the need to make like bold, decisive actions without much forethought, which can sometimes be good or sometimes be bad.
Mars Uranus is for good, bad, and all that in between. It is a very destructive pairing.
Can be, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's also something interesting about this coming on the heels of so much Mars and Scorpio, where outward like outwardly, it might appear that someone is making a rash or unconsidered decision, but it's actually been stewing for quite some time. It's just the external manifestation or the external expression is particularly disruptive or surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. The other major tense aspect this month that occurs after that is when Mars moves into Sagittarius. By November 24th, 25th, it immediately squares Saturn at 0 degrees of Pisces.
And unfortunately, we have a full moon that turns that into a T-square.
Nice. There we go. So full moon in Gemini at 4 degrees of Gemini.
So yeah, it's Mars, Saturn, Sun, and Moon.
So Mars is inside of both lunations this month.
Interesting. Okay. So there's it's really fiery month with some like contention. Mars is sometimes fights, sometimes like competitions or contests. Yeah.
And there's frustrated action going on right there too with that full moon with the Mars Saturn square.
Right. That but Mars is in the superior position, so it's able to like push a little bit more against Saturn and get the upper hand. So it's like the impulse to like push the gas button is potentially like overwhelming the restraint button.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it easy for Mars, right? It's like it's like those strongman competitions where somebody will be like dragging a bus, right? Like, well, it's amazing that you're able to make any progress, but that's a lot of effort for going 2 miles an hour.
Yeah. All right. So those are the major notes of November. I believe that brings us to our final month of the year.
Oh, I did want to make one last note about November that I think is interesting, like the return of that concept of the fog of war emerging with Mars and the Mars Cazimi trine Neptune.
Okay.
Right. That's the other thing that I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that since the trine, perhaps that's like something positive or flowing about being able to use the fog of something in a way that's strategic or effective.
Yeah.
It's around November 17th. Okay. Let's transition into December. Here's the alignments calendar. First day of the month, we get Mercury going into Capricorn, then Venus into Scorpio on the 4th, Neptune direct on the 6th, new moon in Sag on the 12th. Mercury stations retrograde for the final time this year on the 13th, Sun into Capricorn on the 21st, Sun-Mercury conjunction in that sign on the 22nd. Mercury retrogrades back into Sagittarius for its only trip retrograde through a fire sign this year. Then we get a full moon in Cancer on the 26th. Retrograde Mercury conjoins Mars on the 27th, Venus into Sag on the 29th, and Jupiter stations direct on the 30th of December, right before New Year's.
It's striking to me that the very end of December, which is the very end of the whole year, looks very jolly, but like everything up to that is a little like smoldery. It's like Venus and Scorpio most of the month. Then all of a sudden at the very end, Venus goes into Sag and then Jupiter stations direct. It's just like a really nice 1-2 kind of a bountiful sort of upbeat action.
And then on the 1st of 2024, Mercury also stations direct. So there is that sort of like moving forward energy, even if it's not fully captured in 2023.
One final note about the Venus Jupiter. The Venus in Sagittarius and Jupiter in Taurus are also both in mutual reception, so that helps combine the two goods. That's the vanilla chocolate swirl where you get both.
Yeah, but there's a lot of sort of like seething, and before that, like Venus and Scorpio is like the like sexy brooding lover who you wish would brood a little less.
Yeah.
the better in theory than practice relationship. And we also have Mercury. Once Mercury retrogrades back into Sagittarius, we have our good friend, the Mercury-Mars conjunction again for swords.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
unsheathed swords
during the holiday season.
Mm-hmm.
Retrograde Mercury at 28 Sag, retrograding back into Mars, and then Moon opposes it. Moon actually opposes Mars on Christmas, it looks like.
Yeah, and there's also on the 26th, there's a retrograde Mercury square Neptune. So also right around times where people are likely to be holiday hanging.
Makes me think of like getting in an argument or, getting in a fight with somebody because you misunderstood something or you made a mistake. And that awkward scenario that people run into of like saying something harmful or hurtful, but having it be misdirected due to like a sort of similar situation with the fog of war type thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Or saying something completely innocuous and literally having the other person hear different words than the ones that came out of your mouth. And so the fight is about something you actually did not say, but that someone legitimately heard. Right? Fights of translation.
Take it back. I can't. I didn't say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I take back the thing that I didn't say because it hurt you, but you should know I didn't say it, right? It's just
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry I didn't say that.
Yeah. There's also a Venus-Uranus opposition on the 21st, which is interesting. You know what it reminds me of? I mean, not just like sudden unexpected things with regard to relationships just before holidays, but those movies that are like you go back to your small town and then there's like this sudden crush from the past. Like it reminds me of that.
Yeah. And it's actually a really bad news bears crush, but it influences the rest of your time at home. Right. It's like you're avoiding your family by trying to hang out with somebody who was bad news 20 years ago and is still bad news.
Yeah, I get that emphasized more with the Mercury retrograde happening at the same time in the sense of looking back at something.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I like the first part of Venus and Scorpio when it's in a tight opposition with Jupiter. Yeah. That can be pleasantly debauched. It may not be productive or healthy, but it could at least be fun.
There is also the fact that like at this point with Saturn and Pisces, planets moving through water signs are going to experience the trine with Saturn, which I think especially for Venus in Scorpio, there's something supportive about that interaction, like sort of the reminder that like, yes, you could obsess about that thing that makes you feel terrible, but you could also obsess about this thing that would at least be practical for you to obsess about, right? That kind of, I don't know. I'm excited for water sign trines with Saturn. So
yeah, the benefit of productive obsessions.
Yeah, productive obsessions, I think, would maybe be one way to. I love that phrase actually for the Saturn Venus trine.
Well, and also, Saturn in Pisces being like we were talking a while earlier about how do you put containers around this like boundless emotional energy? And so maybe you've started to learn how to put some containers in place. And so the Venus trine Saturn is like, oh, here, this is what I'm going to do with that. I'm not going to brood all day.
This is like from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. are my obsession hours.
Right. Yeah.
It's more like 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Let's be real.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So that means we end the year sort of with the Mercury retrograde, but it's about to be direct. And then Jupiter is also stationing direct at the end of the year as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think it's also worth pointing out that Mars and Neptune will square each other at the end of the year too. I don't know if we already mentioned that.
I don't think so.
Pull that up.
I'm deliberately working very hard to stop forgetting Neptune. So,
yeah, well, that was part of the Mercury-Mars conjunction because that happens at the same time square Neptune.
Yeah. Okay.
Go. All right. That kind of brings us to the end of our major transits for 2023, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Wild.
All right, my friends, it has been a long journey.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I've been through a time warp.
Yeah. Yes. I was like, we started this conversation last week, right?
Right.
It's a couple days ago, at least.
Yeah.
All right. This was amazing. We had big plans for this episode, this forecast. We always do. We're always very ambitious. This is definitely one of our most ambitious forecasts ever. And I think we were all able to rise to the occasion. Thank you all for joining me for this today. This was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always good to talk with you all. So,
yeah. All right. So I want to ask each of you what you're up to this year. Austin, what do you have coming up in 2023?
Okay. Well, I will be teaching. I will be doing enrollment for my Go at Your Own Pace Year 1 program once a quarter. My Year 2 and Year 3 programs both begin in April. Let's see, I will, and I'm going to hold myself to this, I will have the second edition of 36 Faces complete with all new illustrations, a ton of new material, editable material out by the halfway point of this coming year. I will be speaking at the Northwestern Astrology Conference, NORWAC, in May. And as far as my work with Sphere and Sundry goes, right now, and hopefully it'll last a little longer, there's a beautiful Jupiter and Pisces series out. It's called Butter Ocean. It's Jupiter and Pisces with just a hint of Venus in Cancer. And then at a to be announced point, in the year to come, Sphere and Sundry's top secret Manhattan project will be unleashed on the public. So, gird your loins and keep your eyes peeled.
Brilliant. And that's sphereandsundry.com and austincoppock.com, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Diana, what do you got coming up?
At this point, the things that I have in process are not yet at the point where I can talk about them. But I will be continuing to see clients and will probably be doing some kind of teachy stuff. I don't like if people want to be informed of things whenever things actually emerge, they will want to be on my newsletter, which you can join by going to dianaroseharper.com and scrolling to the bottom of literally any page.
Awesome. Cool. Leisa, what do you have coming up in 2023?
In late February 25th, I'll be giving a kind of leisurely introduction to zodiacal releasing lecture for Astrology Niagara, which is online, so anyone can join from anywhere in the world. It's going to be a good 2.5-hour chunk so that there's plenty of time for questions. So if you've been wanting to learn about that technique but haven't gotten into it yet, that's a good option. I'll also be giving 2 lectures at NORWAC in late May. I do have a bunch of lecture recordings from previous conferences on my website that people can check out. And what else? We'll be continuing to find and discuss the monthly elections every month here with the Auspicious Elections podcast. And finally, I am not quite back to consultations, but I'm really looking forward to getting back to them. Been quite interrupted by family emergencies on and off for quite a while here. So really looking forward to getting back to that. Not open for new ones yet, but if you go to the bottom of my front page of my website, you can join the mailing list, and that's the only place I will announce when I have new openings available.
Cool. And your website is leisaschaim.com?
It is.
Awesome. As for myself, I recently launched a new course on birth chart rectification and how to find your birth time if it's unknown or uncertain with Patrick Watson. I'm also working on a new Hori course with Rob Bailey that we're planning on launching in 2023. And we already have a preview version of it up that's available now. And if people sign up now, they get grandfathered into the new course before we raise the price. I'm also going to focus on continuing to expand my Hellenistic astrology course, where I teach people how to read birth charts using the original system of Western astrology. So you can find out more about that at courses.theastrologyschool.com. You can also support the podcast through my page on Patreon at patreon.com/astrologypodcast. And that's going to be one of the main things that I focus on in the coming year, is just continuing to expand and improve what we're doing here on the podcast as we move into episode 400. I think we're up to episode 380s at this point. So we're about to celebrate a big milestone here. All right, guys, I think that is it for this episode of the podcast and for our forecast for 2023. So thank you all for joining me today. Thanks to our live audience of patrons that joined us for the live recording. I appreciate you, and thanks for your support. And that's it for this forecast for 2023. So thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you again next time. Special thanks to all the patrons that helped to support the production of this episode of the podcast through our page on patreon.com. In particular, shout out to the patrons on our producers tier, including Thomas Miller, Catherine Conroy, Christy Moe, Ariana Amour, Mandy Ray, Angelique Nambo, Issa Sabah, Jake Otero, Mimi Stargazer, and Jean-Marie Kaplan. If you appreciate the work I'm doing here on the podcast and you'd like to find a way to support it, then please consider becoming a patron through our page on patreon.com. In exchange, you can get access to bonus content that's only available to patrons of the podcast, such as early access to new episodes, the ability to attend the live recording of the monthly forecast episodes, our monthly auspicious elections podcast, or another exclusive podcast series called the Casual Astrology Podcast, or you can even get your name listed in the credits at the end of each episode. For more information, visit patreon.com/astrologypodcast. If you're looking to get an astrological consultation, we have a list of recommended astrologers at theastrologypodcast.com/consultations. The astrologers on the list are friends of the podcast that have been featured in different episodes over the years, and they have different specialties such as natal astrology, electional astrology, synastry, rectification, or horary astrology. You can get a 10% discount when you book a consultation with one of the astrologers on our list by using the promo code AstrologyPodcast. The astrology software that we use and recommend here on the podcast is called SolarFire for Windows, which is available for the PC at alabe.com. Use the promo code AP15 to get a 15% discount. For Mac users, we recommend a software program called AstroGold for Mac OS, which is from the creators of SolarFire for PC, and it includes both modern and traditional techniques. You can find out more information at astrogold.io, and you can use the promo code AstroPodcast15 to get a 15% discount. If you'd like to learn more about my approach to astrology, then I'd recommend checking out my book titled Hellenistic Astrology, The Study of Fate and Fortune, where I go over the history, philosophy, and techniques of ancient astrology, taking people from beginner up through intermediate and advanced techniques for reading birth charts. You can get a print copy of the book through Amazon or other online retailers, or there's an ebook version available through Google Books. I also recently published a new translation of the anthology of the 2nd century astrologer Vedius Valens, which is one of the most important sources for understanding the practice of ancient astrology. You can find that by searching for Vedius Valens, the anthology, on Amazon or other online book retailers. If you're really looking to expand your studies of astrology, then I would recommend my Hellenistic Astrology course, which is an online course on ancient astrology, where I take people through basic concepts up through intermediate and advanced techniques for reading birth charts. There's over 100 hours of video lectures, as well as guided readings of ancient texts, and by the time you finish the course, you will have a strong foundation in how to read birth charts, as well as make predictions. You can find out more information at courses.theastrologyschool.com. I also recently launched a new course there called the Birth Time Rectification course, where I teach students how to figure out your birth time using astrology when the birth time is either unknown or uncertain. You can find out more information about that at theastrologyschool.com. Each year, the podcast releases a set of astrology calendar posters for the coming year, and we've just released our 2023 planetary alignments and planetary movements posters, which are now available on our website at theastrologypodcast.com/store. There you can also pick up our 2023 electional astrology report, where Leisa Schaim and I went through the next 12 months and we picked out the single most auspicious date for each month using the principles of electional astrology. You can get that at theastrologypodcast.com/2023 report. And finally, thanks to our sponsors, including the Mountain Astrologer magazine, which is a quarterly astrology magazine, which you can read in print or online at mountainastrologer.com. Finally, thanks also to the Northwest Astrology Conference, which is happening May 25th through the 29th, 2023, just outside of Seattle. This year's conference is going to be a hybrid conference where you can either attend online or in person. Find out more information at norwac.net.